Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2022 NECC Rocket League Finals. And I am so happy to be back in the booth with this absolute legend, Captain. How in the heck are we doing tonight?
Oh, I am doing absolutely fantastic. One, because since you last saw me, I actually moved my entire studio to a different location.
Jeez.
So now I got a little bit more room to operate. Look at this. I'm all over the place. Oh, yeah. Having a good old grand time. And honestly, I cannot wait to get into these finals matches for the NECC, for some Rocket League. Been waiting all season for it.
Absolutely. Is there room for bunk beds over there? I mean, so much room for activities. Let's get it going.
No room for activities. Just casting some Rocket League. That's about all the room is what we got.
Love it, love it. Well, we'll get that schedule up for everybody so we can take a quick look at what is in store for tonight. As you can see, 6 p.m. there. That's going to be us first. The CMU Eagles taking on the Cumberland Maroon squad. And that Captain and I will be doing together. I think you're on a little later tonight as well, Captain.
Oh yeah, I'm coming back for the Captain After Dark. That's going to be towards that 9 p.m. slot later on. So this is not the last you'll see of me. I'll be back later.
Well, we have the GFU Academy versus NMSU Black at 7 p.m. And then, of course, 8. Brescia, I know I messed that up, so I apologize in advance. Taking on Defiance as well. So a lot of exciting matches tonight, but certainly this first one, Central Methodist Eagles, Cumberland Phoenix Maroon. Both these teams, I think it's the number 1 seed versus the number 3 seed, Captain.
Oh, yeah, I got to see Cumberland play quite a few times. They have been very busy as of late, but look at the Eagles and how they've been performing. They won their last 2 games 3-0. 2 3-0 wins back to back, and the same can be said for Cumberland as well. So this is going to be a good matchup between these two, although I do think the chat may disagree. So don't forget, chat, you got to be rooting for who you want to win. Let us know. Is it going to be CMU or Cumberland Phoenix?
Yeah, interesting enough, CMU is 6-1 on the season, Cumberland 5-2, but CMU's only loss comes in the way of a forfeit, and these two teams met in week 3, where the Eagles did win 3-0. So a lot of time has gone by. These teams had a lot of time to develop and grow, so certainly we'll see if Phoenix can maybe upset them here, but right now, on paper anyway, it looks like Central Methodist Eagles might have the slight advantage.
Yeah, well, it's the number 1 seed and the number 3 seed. As we get ready to get this one underway, let's take a look at some of our lineups here. And coming in for CMU, it's going to be Phantom, who is a computer science major and a junior. Adams, who is a communications major and a junior. And then Gond, or Gand, still Gond sounds more magnificent to me, who is an accounting major and also a junior, all in the same class. How about that?
That's awesome. We'll see if that team chemistry comes into play here. We're going to check out the other squad, however, the Cumberland Phoenix Maroon squad here. We got Dominator 171, the business sophomore, the End of You, information technology, a young freshman there, and Certsy in the general studies, a young freshman as well. So a little bit of a younger squad here. We'll see if that comes into play. I know those young kids be whipping on me all the time, Captain.
Oh, 100% facts. Now, I am familiar with this team. As I've said, I've got to see them perform quite a few times, and the player that I'm going to be looking out for is Dominator, not only as the sophomore, the more senior of the 2 other remaining players, but also with their ability to create opportunities. This is not going to be your lead striker, although they can actually take shots. They like to open up the opportunities, they like to get the passes, and they love to get those demos. So keep your eye out for Dominator when it comes to the Cumberland Phoenix.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of demos personally. I love the aggressive play style. We talk about these games being physical games, but they are just equally as a mental game. And sometimes those demos can create some frustration on the other side. It helps create space when you're attacking, alleviate some space on defense. So I'm kind of a fan of that more aggressive style with those demos. We'll see if maybe the underdog can pull up an upset here tonight, or if the Eagles will reign true. Have been sweeping throughout the entirety of the regular season and the postseason, Captain.
Well, only one way to find out, and that's to get game number 1 underway. And Adams going to be taking control here at the midfield. Gets a nice 50-50, putting it back down towards the Dominator, who's going to be taking control at the mid. And now this is a little bit of a mix-up. Last time I saw Dominator, they were, of course, in the Dominus. But you know what they say in Rocket League, all roads lead back to Octane.
Yeah, it seems to be the popular choice for the majority of players here. And now a little back and forth as both Eagles and Cumberland try to settle into their gameplay. Midfield, this one's going to go by. Dominator on the back pedal will be bumped here by Adams. Collects the boost there, quite starved. Gan over the top in the midfield here. Kind of a lot of booming back and forth Pong-style play. A lot of times these game ones can be a little sporadic. Maybe some game one jitters here, but nonetheless, it's been very intense here in the first 50 seconds.
Yeah, and another thing for the side of Cumberland is that NECC is a player that I'm not too familiar with. I did not see them last time out. So I'm wondering how this new addition, or rather the difference being made in their composition, I'm wondering how that is going to affect their game today. And so far here in game 1, a little unorthodox as we are still tied at 0-0. No goals on the board just yet. And usually in game 1, it's a shooting frenzy.
All right, well, back across midfield here goes Gan, but again, Adams will find the touch high and dry. Floating there, the defense up off the backboard, the second chance opportunity, and Adams able to just tap this one off to the right, finds the net as well. Nothing fancy, flashy, or fast, just simple, great execution there, and the Eagles will go up by 1.
That they will, and that's going to set the tone here for game number 1. They get on the board first. They get there quickly. As you can see, the Cumberland still struggling to find their first goal. Is a nice bump. Will open things up, but once again, unfortunate for Cumberland. They find the sidebar.
Yeah, sometimes, that's just the way it goes. This is Rocket League, as they say, and sometimes those things come back to haunt you. Dominator in the other direction here toward the corner, has Phantom there as well. The defense comes in, finds the stop. Majestic Truth looking for more opportunities here, kind of stuck into the corner here on this Eagles side as they pressure back out now. Dominator across the goal. They've got to be careful, a dangerous position, but somehow they escape with this one.
Oh yeah, nerves of steel coming from the side of the Eagles. They're not worried about the defense. They are only going for goals. And Adams able to come up off the ceiling to put the pass down to Phantom. And just like that, the Eagles will have a 2-goal cushion.
Yeah, it's nice. One's always nice. 2, definitely more comfortable. Still not quite to the halfway point, though, so plenty of time in the game as Phantom with the air dribble carrying across nicely. Looks to find the play, can't quite get it. Dominator on the counterattack. The defensive stop comes in. A nice bump there into the corner as well as they look for more as Phantom up top looks to carry this one out now across midfield. Good defensive stance. That's what I want to see from Cumberland, though. Get up and attest these balls that are in the air. Don't allow them to dribble down the field and find these fancy plays. We'll see if they can get one off of this.
Yeah, and you see, this is the thing with Cumberland is right now they're doing a fantastic job at patrolling that midfield, but they have been a little bit lackluster in terms of pushing, trying to make that real commitment on the offensive side, and it's really just falling short with a lot of solo plays. They need to start passing the ball. You got to share the sugar.
Got to share the sugar and shoot the shots if you want to find the back of the net here. But right now, Eagles have done a great job of controlling the possession of the ball as well. Kind of maintaining the boost. We see Cumberland at 0 again, being starved out here is Majestic Truth on the back pedal. The end of you looks for something, can't get anything quite there. Coagulated into the corner here are the Eagles as Adams will collect, look to settle out, but the Cumberland able to push this one back in here. That third man positioning fires one more off the backboard. The defensive stop, and the Eagles in a little bit of trouble here, but they will find a booming clear and a counter opportunity.
That they will. But that demo coming from Phantom is not going to help Cumberland by any means. As meanwhile, you can see Dominator does get past 2 there in the midfield. Now with the first time, what feels like in a long time, Cumberland have an opportunity to score, but that ball is going to go down and by the wayside.
Now popped up in front of this net here, though. The shot off the top backboard looks to bounce in. Second chance opportunity. Not there. Majestic Truth on the back pedal. Touch across midfield. Has some help from his teammate. Will find the bump on the opposing member. 1 minute remaining here, though. And Gan on the attack. The pressure mounting. The defensive stance is there. And Adams will pop it back in for one more. 50 seconds on the clock. Cumberland unable to find a goal just yet.
And right now, it's really the pacing coming out for the Eagles, and not to mention their positioning. They manage to find themselves more often than not, in the midfield, but at the same time, not tripping on one another, not getting in each other's way. And I think that's just a good example of clear-cut communication coming from the side of the Eagles.
Yeah, I mean, from the communication to the rotation, everything really kind of falling in their place. They've done a great job with the boost as well, kind of starving out Cumberland, and they've just had a lot more opportunities. The possession has been down on that orange side for so long in many of these encounters. So Eagles up 2-0 here in game one. Not really a crazy shootout like we might have expected here. We'll see if they can kind of calm things down in game number two and if Cumberland can bring things back.
Well, you got to think of it this way. It was a 2-0 lead. It's a shutout. There's no way you could shake that off. However, I will say, it wasn't, it's only 2 goals. It's not the worst defeat we've ever seen for the most of it, for the majority. Phoenix was right there in it. The Cumberland, they were going back and forth time and time again. They had plenty of opportunities. They did put shots on target, but more often than not, it was a solo play. It was more often than not just 1v1 mechanic going awry to where they couldn't put it on the back of the net, and they simply just got stopped by the defense. If they're going to try and find the back of the net, they need to start bringing more players to the striking position on offense for Cumberland if they're going to answer back against the Eagles.
Yeah, the Eagles did 3-0 them in week 3. It is a best of 7 here in the finals tonight, so a little bit tougher to find that sweep to consistently play well for 20-plus minutes. But now here in game number 2, Eagles versus Cumberland. It took them a while to find that first goal last time, and not this time. The end of you sneaks one in here early, 22 off the clock, and this is what they need here, Captain.
Oh, it most certainly is, and of course, it's those pass plays to win the games. You got to remember that one came off the kickoff. Still counts as a pass. You can still chalk it up as an assist, so still a fantastic play starting things off, and already Majestic Truth is the one who was accredited with the assist, and they take that 1-goal early lead like we saw with MCU in game number 1. They were able to strike first and strike fast, and they were able to set the tone for the remainder of the match.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, because both of these teams have swept their way through the postseason as well, so not dropping a single game. Now meeting here head-to-head in the finals. The shot on goal, but the end of you is there. A beautiful defensive stop now carrying across midfield, looking for the counterattack, but the defensive stop is there. Now booming in the other direction again. Can't find the flick. His Dominator will find a nice touch. Nobody's back in time, but Adams will find the touch into the corner. Has help with the teammate. Eagles looking for one more, and what a pass play around the world. Beautiful execution from Eagles. They don't find a goal from it, but those are the plays that you just absolutely love to see, especially in a finals.
And that's what like you were saying, that's what you love to see, because you like to see the attempt. It might not find its way into the back of the net, but they're getting the ball rolling. And now another attempt coming from the Eagles goes by the wayside, but they are constantly putting pressure onto the side of Cumberland. And if they can keep this attack up, it's only a matter of time before they're able to find their first goal of game 2.
Yeah, just peppering shot after shot. We saw a bit of a double commit from Cumberland there. It doesn't come back to haunt them just yet this time, but those are what, just peppering shot after shot, applying that pressure, allowing the defense to kind of crumble or finding a hole in that defensive armor there to find the equalizer again. Another shot comes in from the Eagles. Up top is Gann. Won't find the touch they need, though, and Cumberland looks to find the booming clear. Off the wall will be Gann. Passing to Phantom. Over the top, he finds the flick before the demo comes in. Majestic Truth looking to carry it out. They are coagulated in this Cumberland corner, and this is a dangerous position to be in. Eagles ready to swoop down and strike.
Yeah, you have got to get out of your own half right now if you're on the side of Cumberland. Again, you're just allowing the Eagles to take shot after shot, and right now Cumberland spending too much time in their own half and too much time in their own net.
The fact that the Eagles have yet to score a goal down here, though, is pretty insane in my opinion. I mean, the Cumberland defense looking like an absolute brick wall at the moment as we are past the halfway, and the Eagles on another attack now at midfield. Gann looking to be that third man and keep it in, but the pressure from Majestic Truth is too much. Phantom, nice move off the corner wall, carries to the net, but the defensive stance is there one more time as we near 150. Cumberland up by 1. They'd love to find that cushion goal, however.
Oh, absolutely. Keep in mind, that's pretty much what happened in game number 1 against Cumberland. The Eagles were able to take that 2-0 lead and ride it all the way to a victory. But the Eagles looking to strike back here again. constantly putting shots on, and finally one will go in. Hot sauce. Things are getting spicy.
From Adams to Phantom, back off Phantom again. The bump from Cumberland, the teammates kind of running into each other, opening up that goal a little bit, and the Eagles able to find the equalizer just under 100 seconds on the clock, all tied up at 1-1 here in game number 2. Back and forth, there's a big demo, trying to create some space once more, and now the pass downfield. Dan looking for the double tap, but a second chance opportunity from Phantom, and Eagles now starting to fire on all cylinders here in game number 2.
Yep, that we are, and I gotta say, that was a fantastic pass play coming from the side of the Eagles. Again, that initial miss, a tactical whiff, let's call it, led for a perfect cherry-picking opportunity to develop a fast break play for the Eagles, giving them that 1-goal lead, and now with just over a minute left to go, Cumberland are gonna have to answer back.
Yeah, and the Eagles just seem like the quicker team right now. You know, they're both going up. They're getting for these balls. You'll see in the replay here, though, again, just a little bit quicker. Able to touch the ball first, get over top. Phantom, knowing where his teammates are, a great second chance opportunity, following up, attacking the goal. And the Eagles now find that 2-point cushion. 1:06 on the clock. Can Cumberland mount the comeback?
Well, only time will tell. Just 1 minute remaining. Phantom out towards the midfield. Does get the pass off. Not much doing there. Dominator is there to get in the way. Out and towards the corner. Majestic Truth now gets a full tank of boost to work with as that pass does get grounded out back to the midfield. Only to get 50-50'd right back down the Truth. And Phantom, once again, will take possession.
Ooh, the razzle-dazzle. Phantom looking to come in and show some flashy moves here. Feeling fancy. It's contagious. Now the counterattack back toward the Eagles' side. Tucked into the corner is 2, but Adams off the ceiling carries away. Gets a little bit wild here is the car, but a touch comes in from the teammate. Now we'll have some help. A nice little reset. But the booming clear comes in. Phantom at the midfield. A beautiful job playing in that third man positioning, the rotation on point. Waddle looks to waterfall down here, but they can't find an opportunity. 10 on the clock, and you got to believe here, Eagles will take game number 2 now, up 2-0 in the series.
Yep, that they will, and a well-deserved win it was from the Eagles, who look to try and get one more to go on the road, but they don't need it. It's going to be another game win for the Eagles, who now are only 2 more wins away from taking the series, and it's hard to believe we've already gone down 2 games. It feels like we just started.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Eagles take that first game 2-0. Now, still winning by 2 points, though. Cumberland actually came out quick. They found that first goal, but they just couldn't hold on for 5 minutes. As we know, consistency is key, especially in a fast-paced game like Rocket League. One simple mistake, and a team like the Eagles are going to make you pay every time.
Yep, that they are. And right now, the thing that I'm noticing, by all means, if I'm capping, say captain's capping, but the side of Cumberland, they're just like a word that you like to use. What was it? Coagulated. They like to group up a lot. They're not spreading the field out. They're not observing their positions. And I oftentimes notice that they're getting in each other's way, where if you're looking at the side of CMU from the Eagles, they spread out the field and they have a lot of trust in one another. Regardless of whether it's on point or if it's off target, there is always a teammate there to back up one another on the side of CMU. And we're simply not seeing that from Cumberland Phoenix.
Hey, I love the call when Cap is capping, but he is not capping. I mean, it's just the attack, the pressure from the Eagles, you know, has been relentless, and shot after shot, I think, is kind of what breaks apart those defenses and allows those openings to happen. So Cumberland needs to alleviate that pressure faster, find more offensive opportunities for themselves, and again, just kind of get that cushion early. Basically what the Eagles have been doing to them, unfortunately.
Yep, and now you can see an opportunity for a fast break is denied for Cumberland as the ball makes its way back towards the mid, and Gond able to send this one out. And now Cumberland looking to strike, but Phantom is there to send this one up to Adams, right back down to Phantom. And once again, we're seeing some fantastic passes being displayed by the Eagles.
Yeah, back and forth. The Eagles here, though, up 2-0 in this series, the best of 7. And now Cumberland looking to grab their first game. They don't want to let Eagles, get too far away with this one, unfortunately. So looking to fight here strong, find game number 3 and bring the series back a little bit closer. Ironically, a lot of these games, Captain, a minute, even 2 will go by before we find our first goal. And then after that, things begin to pick up. And that's what we could see here after Phantom finds this one, 3:52 on the clock.
Oh, yeah, and I, you know what? I saw that. There's no way that we're not going to bring attention to that demo. Oh, so cheeky by Adams. Look, the shot and the play, by all means, full credit where credit is due to Phantom and to Gand, but also got to give credit to Adams, the unsung hero who you won't see on the scoreboard after opening the way with that demolition. Hats off to you, Adams. Good job.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I'm a huge fan of the demos, but can we talk about the laser beam from downtown? The end of you, just a dirty shot, the ball off the ceiling. He fires it in 107, nearly 108 kilometers.
Now you see, there you go. This is going to get, kind of the momentum going on the side of Cumberland. They're able to answer back very quickly, but once again, we're seeing it's a solo play. You cannot rely solely on those solo plays unless, by all means, if you're going to pop off and carry and back your team. But you don't want to put all that pressure on one player. You have got to come through and really start passing the ball around just a little bit more, if even just to stir up the defense, if not to find an open net on offense.
Yeah, you might have that star player who can break away, and that's usually maybe good for one game, but when you're in a best of 7, you need all 3 members to play well together, cohesively as a team if you want to clutch a big championship like this. And right now we're seeing a couple nice pass plays being strung together here from both sides. Phantom will look to stall and stop, finds the chip, does pop it up, but it's not enough. Now Adams on the back pedal, the defense already there from Gand, and a lot of back and forth here as we are tying up 1-1 in this game and just getting a little bit closer to that halfway point.
Yep, that we are. And once again, you can see the battle for the midfield between both of these teams really escalate as we're seeing even more and more demos, more often than not, from the Eagles. And now they really are applying pressure, and what looked like a triple commit coming from Cumberland somehow is able to escape the danger there, but already Cumberland is back on defense.
Yeah, just a lot of big booming back and forth plays here is now Majestic already on the other side of the field. Phantom looks to come up for the stop, doesn't quite win the 50, already back on the ball though. They are hungry for this championship, and it certainly shows out here on the field. Now carrying in the other direction is Adams, looking to power this one through. The interview on the back pedal, unfortunately now in front of the net, popped up. Here's Gand up top, will find the stop as it drops. Can he drop it like it's hot? Oh, the shot not quite there. Adams into the corner, still tied up 1-1 as we near that 100-second mark.
And you can see Phantom once again trying to lead the way here, really being the spearhead for the Eagles again. They like to get the initiation and they like to start things off, and just as quickly they've dropped back in rotation to make their way back to defense, and that's where we're really seeing a lot of the big differences between Cumberland and the Eagles. The Eagles' transition game is on point. They're able to hold themselves on defense and then turn that into a fast break play like this to Phantom, but luckily Cumberland were able to transition quickly on that play as well.
Yeah, a lot of these big booming clears from Cumberland, unfortunately, are going to the opposing team. So again, they have some great pass plays. I would like to see them settle down a little more into their play style, find these rotations, kind of look for those passes to each other. Obviously, not every pass is going to work. The team's going to find a lot of blocks, but eventually when you're passing across midfield, finding these shots here, it's only a matter of time before a ball will find the back of the net.
Oh, well, let's see if the Eagles can find the back of the net here as they are on offense, and Phantom able to get the dunk on 2, but not much doing there. Adams is going to get a tactical whiff to send this one back down towards the mid. Adams in retreat, has a player there. Phantom able to clear this one out, and it will be the end of you to send this one back into the corner.
Yeah, I mean, what's crazy too to me is I believe this Central Methodist Eagles team hasn't dropped a single game all season, right? They have that loss from a forfeit loss, but every single game that they have played has been a 3-0. So they are certainly wanting to keep that dream alive all the way through the grand finals, but Cumberland is fighting to put that notch on the board, all tied up at 1-1, 6 on the clock. And well, Captain, are we going to find our first overtime here in series number 1?
It definitely looks that way, but hold the phone. Cumberland has a last-ditch effort that's going to go wide, right back down to the Eagles. As now the end of you is going to put an end to regulation, but no, this one's still alive. Majestic Truth is going to get this one up to their teammate, but it is denied. And hold on, it's still alive.
This has got to be one of the longest post-regulations here. The clock has been at 0 for quite some time. The ball bouncing around the other direction. A near goal, and we find our first overtime of the night.
Finally, I've been waiting for some OT. Here we go. Some extra seconds here at the NECC Rocket League. And now, booming all the way to the other side of the field, Cumberland now has a real opportunity. Starting off strong here in overtime. As now the ball will go up just a little far there. Not much doing as Majestic Truth races to get back and does get the redirect, but here comes Phantom off the backboard. It drops low. The shot is on, and it will go in. Adams comes in clutch in OT for the Eagles.
Man, it was hard to catch a breath or even take a blink from the eye in that last 60 seconds. Overtime included. What a phenomenal display by both of these teams, but the Eagles will take it now, one away for just sweeping their way through the entire regular and postseason.
And you got to keep in mind, all the momentum and morale is currently on their side. Not only, like you said, have they gone undefeated for the entire season, for the entire length of a regulation, but now they're going undefeated in the grand finals. They are one game away from winning it all with a perfect streak. That's going to be absolutely insane. And right now, Cumberland have got to start communicating, and they have got to start spacing themselves out a little more, because once again, we're seeing those double and even sometimes triple commits. That is something that you cannot do against this Eagles offense. You just can't.
Yeah, I agree. They have to space just a little more and even try to maybe find some of these bumps or demos that they had early on. Certainly wanting to be the first team to take away a game from the Eagles here, as nobody has been able to stop them. And that's just insane to me throughout the entire regular season. But, it's crazy tough to sweep through a championship. It's even tougher to find the reverse sweep. We'll see if Cumberland can start just that here in game number 4 as the Eagles do lead the series here and now sitting at match and championship point.
Yep, that they are, and I gotta say, once again, they're off to a great start, patrolling that midfield line, keeping the ball inside of Cumberland territory as now Gand does go up, has an opportunity. It will be deflected by Cumberland. Adams now taking a turn, has a little boost to work with, but can't get past 2 defenders as finally the end of you. We'll put this one back over towards the Eagles.
All right, 4:22 as again, most of these games have kind of been slow scoring, at least for the first half, but Gann says, hold the phone. We're switching it up a bit, finding the first goal, 44 seconds off the clock. Not a super fast one, nothing flashy, just a nice hit. Unfortunately, hits that post kind of off end as well, and it does fall into the back of the net.
Well, that's why most say that you can often live and die by the crossbar. Sometimes it's your best friend, other times it's your worst enemy. And that last play, it was both. It was the best friend for the Eagles and the worst enemy for Cumberland. But that's the last thing you really want to see when you're in game number 4 of a best-of-7 and you're down 3-0.
Yeah, I want to remind the viewers at home as well. Oh, Cumberland with the equalizer there, 1-1. They'll tie it up. But I do want to remind everybody, if you're looking at the scoreboard at the top, it might just see one notch there for the Eagles. They are actually 3 games up in this series, a best-of-7, only needing 1 more to secure. So if you do see that 1 tab up there, don't worry. Eagles sitting at 3. Cumberland yet to grab a round just yet. Game number 4 underway, and Captain all tied up yet again.
That we are, but are we going to ride it all the way to an overtime? That's the question. We've seen it once already there in game 3, but hold the phone. The Cumberland with the counterattack. It goes off the side. That could have been a huge opportunity, but once again, we're finding the cross and sidebars.
And now another chance here. A little too much on that one in front of the net. A big demo from Phantoms as well. Adams looks to collect, but can't quite grab it. Chip across midfield, and again, we talked about them coagulating together. We see it right there. There's nobody to attack the ball. Both of them kind of pushing or passing across midfield there. So Cumberland needing to work on those rotations just a little bit, spreading the field just a little bit more, and they could certainly come away with a goal to take a game away here from Eagles.
And this is a huge opportunity. Again, Majestic Truth able to get the touch, but not before the Eagles managed to get back in time to deflect the shot away. And now Gand up high gets a decent touch there, but that whiff, oh my word, that's going to give Cumberland an opportunity to strike. And Gand, with just a little boost to work with, manages to hold off the aggression.
Yeah, still floating in front of the net of Cumberland here, though, as Adams will look for the double tap. There it is, the shot! What a play from Adams!
And this is where you really get the danger here. We already know that the Eagles love to pass the ball. They are top-notch with their pass plays. But this is a friendly reminder that they could pull off the solo plays too. The 1v1 mechanics, the give and go to themselves. Adams able to put one shot in the back of the net and on the highlight reel.
Yeah, Adams made that look way too easy as well. For anybody that plays Rocket League, they know that that was an insane move to pull off, especially in a championship game. And just so effortlessly, Adams made it look to give him that 1 point lead. Nearing the 2-minute mark, we find the demo Majestic on the counterattack, but the defense is there. The Eagles are playing so well on both offense and defense, and Gamble will find one more for the 2-point cushion.
Yep, and that's, again, we saw it in the replay. That was just a lack of communication. There was an error. 404 had occurred because one player, of course, in the mid was going for the demo. The other was going for a pass. There was no synergy there. It was just two players off the mark, and the Eagles were able to take that small window of opportunity and turn it into another goal.
And now the ball floating in front of the net of Cumberland again. The pressure has been relentless from the Eagles. They maintain the ball possession, the progression, the boost consumption as well. Phantom, though, now starved, just 12 in the tank, and that's gonna be it. Dominator finds the second one, now only one away from tying things up. 148 is plenty of time for Cumberland to get back in this game.
I'm sorry, we saw it a little bit earlier in games number 1 and 2, but that is the type of aggression that we need to see from Cumberland. We have got to see them be aggressive and put shots on target, even if they can't find the back of the net right away. If you can get the quantity on there, if you can keep putting shots on target, eventually one will go in, and now Cumberland only needs one more to equalize against the Eagles here in game 4.
Yeah, I mean, this is already the highest scoring game of the night, I do believe, so both of these teams really picking up the pace. But Phantom will thread the needle. Sheesh, my oh my, 123, and just, again, nothing insanely flashy, but just the fundamentals of the team, the basics, they work so well together, and Phantom just executing the play nicely, finding the 2-point cushion here, 4-2. Cumberland not out of it just yet, but certainly a tough uphill battle.
Well, still got plenty of time to get it done. I mean, just around 1:15 left to go, and a 2-goal deficit is not insurmountable. They can definitely make this comeback happen, and they're off to a decent start. As you can see, it will be a nice touch out coming from Dominator, but the end of view, unfortunately, was not in the right place nor at the right time. And now it's just going to be a quick cleanup coming from the side of the Eagles, who once again are going to continue to hold the line in front of their net.
Oh, but the end of view able to sneak one in. What a nice angle. The defender was there on the front post, but the ball came in too quick. You'll see it here one more time, and maybe that defender just a little too far on that front post there. Cumberland now only one away from tying it up. 52 on the clock again. Plenty of time for Cumberland to bring this one back. We very well could have our second overtime of the night.
That we could, and that was an insane shot. The angle on that was so close, and now Gand able to find the angle of their own here, coming off of the pinch all the way across, and Gand there to line that shot up and put it right next to the sidebar. And once again, the Eagles will take that 2-goal lead.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a good cushion to have, especially with only 40 on the clock. It really applies pressure to this Cumberland team. We're going to see him want to cheat out a little more to find these goals, but Gand, oh man, just an insane turn up right here from Gand. 2 quick goals right at the end of the game, and, well, basically, in my mind, the nail in the coffin.
It does seem that way, and, you know, I would hate to be the one to call it early, but I have to agree with you. And, again, nothing real spectacular with that shot. Nice little jump shot from the midfield line, you know. It was decent, you know, and a good angle, to say the least. They were able to get the upper 90, and with that being said, that should just about do it, as Cumberland does have an opportunity to give up one more fighting chance.
Yeah, maybe a consolation prize, a consolation goal, if you will. But with only 15 on the clock, 3 goals, just going to be a lot for them, especially against this Eagles team. So, again, you know, the Eagles only 1 loss on the regular season. It came in a way of a forfeit because they were unable to play. Other than that, they haven't dropped a single match. They have swept the entire way through the regular season and the entire way through the postseason to become the champions here. Central Methodist Eagles, congratulations on a phenomenal season, both regular and postseason run. Hats off to them.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, it was really from start to finish. They just did not have a means to slow down. It was all gas and no brakes. And at the end of the day, they were able to take the dub 4-0 in a sweeping fashion in a best of 7. And that's to say a lot because, granted, regardless of how the game ended, you have got to give respect to Cumberland Phoenix. That is a fantastic team. It's a fantastic lineup. And they made it this far for a reason. So this was no easy feat by any means. They still put up one heck of a fight, even if the scoreline doesn't necessarily say so. It still was a great performance from Cumberland for the entire season.
Yeah, I mean, those first 3 games were insanely close as well. We saw in overtime, there was a 2-1, I think a 3-1. So those games were very, very close as well. Cumberland had swept their way through the postseason as well and the playoffs, even upsetting that number 2 seed. So certainly doing a phenomenal job. It blows my mind that the Eagles didn't lose a single game throughout the entire regular season or postseason, though. You know, a best of 5s, best of 7s, whatever it might be, to not even drop one is a very, very huge feat. So again, congratulations to them and their championship as well. What a phenomenal way to start off the night. A great first series, Captain.
Oh, absolutely. But don't you folks at home worry. You already know there is more to come here at the NECC. More finals and championships to go round. And, of course, some more Carball, some more Rocket League, this esport that we love oh so much. So do not go anywhere. We will be right back with all that and more right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NECC Rocket League Grand Finals. My name is Foof. This is FBI Tugboat, and oh my goodness, a 4-0 to start the stream. It's not exactly what we wanted, but here we are in Series 2, ready to get revving and going.
Exactly. Several more best of sevens coming at you, folks, and I think it's fair to say we have a goated lineup of Rocket League here for you, you on the day. Let's take a look at the day's schedule here and what exactly Rocket League-wise is going to be coming at you. Like Foof said, got the 4-0 there for the CMU Eagles earlier, flying high over the Phoenixes. We got GFU Academy, number 1 seed within that Navigators Pacific Division, taking on New Mexico State University, the number 3 seed, again within that Navigators Pacific Division.
Then you have another follow-up of a 1v2. Defiance, Yellow Jackets in that 2 seed. And then Bresca, the Bearcats, number 1. That is going to be an interesting one that we will get to cover later on. And then rolling through to see the very last. Do we get to roll up? Does it roll up for me or no? No? Oh.
That's going to be the B stream, I believe. Yep, that's going to be that right there. I know that Columbia and Northern Arizona are going to be playing as well a little bit later. That is another 1 seed versus 2 seed. We have a lot of high flying, high skill, high octane. Exactly, right? Like it's almost like we plan these things, right? Crazy stuff. A lot of higher seeded teams going forth and doing battle in the virtual pitch here today, Foof.
Well, I mean, let's just be honest. Let's start with both of these teams, GFU and NMSU Black. Like, the big thing that was really fun to watch is GFU over the season. They start out with a little bit of a rough week 1, dropping a game in the middle of the season, but end up going 7-0 in this regular season, and then having a very pretty playoff run. Their playoff stats are a bit lower. They're about down 1 goal per game compared with the regular season, but still looking very good and holding a very strong defensive end while only allowing 1.5 goals per game.
Yeah, not a bad scoreline by any means, right? Allow less than 1, well, you're probably going to win. GFU Academy and MSU Black. Neither team having an easy way through here. As we see, there's George Fox University, henceforth referred to as GFU, taking on the NMT Blue Squad. That was the Miners up there, did drop a game. Taking on here, CSUDH, that Cardinal squad. The number 5 seed took a game off of them as well. Now, take a look at New Mexico State University. You kind of see a similar song sung.
Well, here's the wonderful thing about this season, if you're a Aggie fan. There are 3 Titans that the Aggies have had to defeat over the season and have lost to. 2 of them were in the upper bracket in CSUDA Cardinal and GFU Academy. So 1 pillar falls, and then they find the next pillar in Grays Harbor and win in a Game 5 thriller.
Wow. Yeah.
To now throw off that second Titan. The second pillar falls, and the Aggies have only 1 more step and 1 more best of 7 to go. Team of Destiny?
Team of Destiny. A Cinderella story. We'll see if they turn back into a pumpkin at midnight here, Foof, because this is your CMU squad. That's the only one here that didn't result in a 3-1 or 3-2, right? Grays Harbor came through hacking and a slashing like the Lumberjacks. Taking a look, GFU Academy. This is Big Shrig, this is Snowman 2K, and this is Snorlax Guy. There's a finance junior, another junior, but an engineering junior over there with Snowman 2K, as well as the elementary school education. It's a senior for Snorlax Guy.
I'd love to have a Rocket League player as a teacher. That'd be awesome. Can we just put a caveat to that? That'd be awesome. But a lot of old heads on this roster, so very poignant success. They are rocking, they're rolling. They are 2-0 in the playoffs, 6-2 in these games, feeling good, feeling confident, and currently rocking a +7 goal differential in this playoff run. Then when you flip the pitch, you look at the Aggies, this trio they're bringing in. They've had some hype, they've had some fun, but my favorite thing about it is they have almost doubled their output and are now +10 in the goal differential in the playoffs.
Yeah, crazy stuff. This is Acuity, yep, I'm saying that right. I got the pronunciation there. There's a biology freshman. Cool written. A computer science senior. Kinesiology freshman there for Nate Boss 100. I believe kinesiology is the study of like the movement of limbs.
Yes.
Am I right on that one?
It is so cool. Yes, it is.
Study the body's movements.
So cool.
Yes.
Well, I guess studying the body's movement, is that going to go to the car's body of movement? But really all that matters, it's a young squad with 1 old head in Cool Red, seeing if he can kind of lead this team forward. But talking about this fun time. Now, I've got a question for you, Tugboat, as we get ready to kick all the way off. We were joking about it in the pre-production meeting and have now put it together. Who you got in game 1?
Yeah, so this is
series 1.
Yeah. So this is GFU Academy right here, and so we, as you can see, guys, we did kind of different things here, right? Foof's a little bit more artistically inclined than me. You'll see his predictions here in just a second. But I kept it to, like, I can't, like, erase anything. I can't erase or undo anything. So this is going to it actually started pretty well and kind of got a little bit worse as we went on. But this is the first one here, GFU Academy 3-1. This is the same exact scoreline that this game ended at last time, unless I'm wrong. No, excuse me, that was a 3-0 for GFU Academy. Still, New Mexico State University, I mean, just take a look at the bracket, right? They haven't lost or they haven't won a game yet at a 3-0. Definitely not looking at losing this one all the way out. I just don't see this now grand finals, right? I don't see this being that full 3-0 sweep for either one of these squads.
Well, you got to remember, it's also best of 7. It runs a little bit longer as well.
Oh my
so
goodness.
I'm going to push you to 4-1. Can I pull you to that?
You can.
Can I get you talking
I did this
into
wrong.
that?
I did this wrong. I did that. I was so confident, right? I was so
it's
confident.
All good.
I knew it was best of 7. I said it earlier. I still did the prediction wrong. Oh well.
All right. So I want to caveat before I throw mine up. I want to talk numbers here. All right. So when you look at the regular season, you have 3.16 goals per game and only giving up 1.4 if you are that GFU team. They are down in the regular season, only 2.5 goals per game and giving up more goals, even though it's only 0.1 at 1.5. Look at the opposite side of the pitch. You have the New Mexico State University Aggies. They are up in goals per game. They are up in giving up less goals per game. They're on a hot streak, and that is why I have the New Mexico State Aggies becoming your Navigation Pacific
I love that.
Frontier.
I love that. Can we see that another second? Can we see that for another second?
4-2 scoreline. We'll move the mic. We'll get this back up. Get your screen cap. I'll put my face beside it so you can get me, right here.
Hey, there you go. The artist rendition. I love it. Get your screen caps, guys. Get your screen caps. I absolutely love it. The drawing is so much better. Again, Foof a lot more artistically inclined than me. You see what my teachers had to deal with my handwriting. With my handwriting, like right here, right? But yes. So numbers-wise, the way of New Mexico State University, I obviously meant 4-1 right here. Knew it was best of 7. Whatever. GFU Academy. They took this 3-0 last time, and I'm thinking the pass might be able to recreate itself. But again, not going to be a full sweep. Foof with a fantastic point. Foof over this way, sorry, with a fantastic point, though. They're the numbers, right? The numbers mason. They are the numbers mason. They are trending the way of New Mexico State University in every way, shape, and form.
Not the only numbers that really matters is going to be 6 cars on the field, a possible 7 games to be played, Tugboat, and eventually 5 minutes being placed on a clock. There is going to be a chance in this series we're going to have one of these collegiate players realize that they are holding the make or break moment for their teams, for their season, for their championships hope. And 5 seconds into game number 1, you have New Mexico State University, the Aggies in the yellow. You have George Fox University's the Bruins, Esports Academy, rocking in the blue. In the first 18 seconds or so passing as both teams feeling each other out.
Yeah, just a little bit of respect early right here. It makes sense to start this one early. And again, whoever takes this. Actually, you know what? I'll say that backwards. If I'm playing this game, I want to start hard and heavy because we're looking at a best-of-7 series, right? You drop game number 1. Mm-hmm. Should not matter in the very end, unless, of course, you get swept. Swept.
Swept is, I think it's it's the English term, but English is 3 languages wearing a hat, so I won't really put it against you. Oh my goodness, I love the bump here, but the spawn, keeping it locked up. Snowman into the corner, but no teammate is there. The first minute passes by. Both teams have had a couple of opportunities, but nothing too threatening right now. The ball resting on George Fox's University's side, and it's immediately cleared back. Snowman on it here, but not a lot of boost to follow up. He's been so much chasing that ball down. It's now up to this team, really relying on 2 players, but still 4 boosts in the tank, and so not a lot of resources left. That's the touch from Snorlax. I thought that was high.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be touched by top bar and sent out. I love where this teammate was down below trying to pay attention to these others. That was big Shrig right there. But first score goes the way of GFU Academy. 1 minute and 18 seconds into this one off of kickoff. That's going to be a big win off of Cool Red. And Big Shrig almost sending this the wrong way.
Oh, an immediate touch here for the Aggies. They have to try and find an answer, but GFU feeling confident after the soft floater to put them up by 1. 90 seconds off the board here. Shrig in control, putting another touch on, but now not a lot of boost again in that Octane. Is there perhaps been a change in the boost burn per hour? Is that Octane continuing to feel a little bit low at midfield?
Change in the wind, says you. I don't remember what the next line is from the Pirates of the Caribbean. You know what I'm saying? I can't remember what it was.
I
That
know
was from
exactly
the trailer too.
what you're saying.
Shots over to the outside. This is dangerous here for GFU Academy. They've actually spent, I think they've spent a little bit more time on defense than they've previously assumed. And oh my goodness, that's as open net as you get. That's a Costco sample for you. Oh my goodness, you nasty, nasty man.
Nate with the boss. 100 over none. That's not a 50 at all. Finnick versus Finnick. Answer from the Aggies.
Crazy stuff. Yeah, that was about as good as a cutover as you're going to get. I think we might have flashiest goal on stream. Kind of contention right there for that MSU black shot. That was Nate Boss 100. Back to a tied score right here. 1-1, 10-10, 0-0. Doesn't matter. We are tied up right now, Foof.
Ooh, I love the pass from Cool Red, but the only recipient was a defender from George Fox University. You know, I really love the whole lengthy name of George Fox University Esports Academy.
Oh, yes.
Like, that's cool. That's just cool.
Like it. They're in Oregon. I think we said near Portland. We were looking at that earlier. So, New Mexico State, a little bit farther south. Oregon, a little bit farther north. Intra-state rivalry right here, right? We got Canadian teams, so not an international. We have Canadian teams, but these aren't them, so not an international, but an intrastate.
So
and English is weird. Like
not international, but international.
Internet. Oh, there you go, dude. And again, that's English for you, right? They all sound the same, but they mean different things here, people. You just have to know. 2 minutes left in this game.
Bro.
Yeah, no, it's hard to make sense of English, man.
Well, right now, we're trying to make sense of a 1-1 game in game 1 of the series. That's a beautiful touch there, but Snowman ready to slow it back down. Return fire here. He saw the dunk over him, but he can't win one of his own. Shrig slowing down. He thought there was a touch coming. Now it's a double commit from the Aggies, but double the power means double the clear, but they're still both on top of it. Need to be careful here. It's the Bruins poised to make a play here. Feels backflip, pushing it forward. Snorlax has the goal for this team in blue and is perhaps trying to find a second. 84 seconds left, and another big 50 keeps it on the offensive end. It's a bad touch midfield, but the Aggies able to push it back.
Snorlax guy, right side, tries to pop this one over, and I gotta say, GFU Esports Academy has not really gotten these passes in so much. That they only had possession there, and after Snorlax guy's interaction, not by like luck necessarily, but by another player burning everything boost-wise to get involved. They shouldn't have to burn that much just to take possession or just to receive a pass here, Foof.
You know, you got to burn it while you got it, and
goodness.
That's Nate Boss burning it while he's got it in the air. 13 boosts in the tank after that left his nose, and it's set up all by Acuity with a big 50.
115 kilometers per hour, something like 65, 70 miles an hour,
Fast.
something like that. It's 1.6 per, I know that much. 52 seconds left. Pretty much a classic 60-second drill here for GFU. What do, Foof? What do?
Your best. That's all you can do.
There you go. A clap in the back they'll get regardless, right?
You have to, right? But you're sitting at a point right now, you haven't had the most offensive game, where you had a pretty solid offensive year, and you're feeling like you can be confident here, you know? They had a plus 44 goal differential in the regular season. They scored almost 80 times in the regular season. Only finding one here is that's another push from the Aggies. And so they have been forced onto the back foot. And again, with only, I think, 4 losses in the regular season, none of them causing a series loss. The Bruins on the back foot probably for the first time in this season.
Yeah, that's reasonable to think about. It's reasonable to think about. Dropped individual games, not dropped matches. Against 7-0, New Mexico State University. Even though they have similar goal differentials, ooh, just a little bit to the outside. New Mexico State does strike first. Even though New Mexico State has all those positive goal differentials, right? They only ended that final season, right? The regular season at 4-3, Foof. So we're looking at an undefeated squad and a 4-3 squad, a squad that is one loss away from being an even 500, even though their in-season performance was relatively similar.
Exactly, but the big thing is with them having only 7 teams and these bye weeks coming through. My thinking is, apparently early bye weeks are the way. This was a week 2 bye week and a week 3 bye week who got got it out of the way early and now have had that back half of the season to just kind of roll forward. But as I wanted to, I'm going to call it, the Aggies had the momentum curling in. They had the numbers, and they're able to make it a 2-1 game with a shooting advantage. I believe it was 4-2 on the offensive end. Their offense able to hit a little bit more. I want to see more from both of these teams as the offenses still feel like, either a deer kind of getting its legs or a bird not wanting to hop out of the nest. They've got room, they've got space. They just have to take it.
I mean, that's game one's for you, right, Foof? We saw this come in, and it was not that incredibly physical gameplay. It wasn't a whole bunch of bumps. It was not a whole bunch of demos. It was coming in and teams generally respecting themselves. This ball spent so much time in the middle pitch, it might as well buy a one-bedroom apartment there, okay? This is neither of these teams that had a whole lot of possession, and that's why we only had 6 total shots. 6 total shots attempted, Foof. 6 total shots attempted in the game number 1. I would be very surprised if this is as slow as it was earlier.
Well, dangerous spot here as you see George Fox having a double commit here, controlled from mid. He wants to find a second touch, but can't get it. That's a big, booming clear. Cutie's there. He's going to win the 50. Wanting for another one here, and another touch midfield. Now all left to Snowman. Up high, touching one, but 50'd hard. Again, apparently these Finnics keep finding each other. There's only one. It's just a lot of fun to watch.
The heat-seeking Finnic. Heat-seeking Finnic. That's the stuff that some of these defenders' nightmares are made out of. 40 seconds left. Possession has been GFU thus far. George Fox taking a pretty solid lead. And again, and the MSU is just not with it on the clears. Like, even this is over to right side. This should be able to be picked up mid-pitch. And no, GFU kind of waits to get on top of this one in a split decision and wait to make it and makes the decision themselves. The decision makes itself. I don't know.
A house divided cannot stand. A defense divided cannot defend. But they're making the stand for now as a demo opens up the place. Cool Red dropping it down. This could be an opportunity here once again for GFU. Second touch possibly off the backboard. Putting it in his Snowman 2K means Snowman 2 taps.
Nicely done. Snowman 2K was the scorer in the first game for GFU, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Both of these so far across these 2 games thus far on the way. Snowman 2K. Offense, powerhouse, GFU. As far as this player, now we frequently see roles kind of dividing up a little bit, and so I'm not surprised to see Snowman 2K in the shooting role in the scoring position. Both of these so far. Now to the right side, GFU looking to make 2-1. They said that.
That's gonna work.
My God! They said that alchemy doesn't work, but just like that, 1 turns into 2. It is just as good.
Well, again, just catching Cole Red just a little bit too aggressive, and then near post rotation, the ball sneaks past him, stuck to the wall, and Snorlax taking full advantage of it to make it a 2-0 game.
Both of our predictions thus far being held. No clean sweeps here predicted from either of our casters, so GFU brings this one back. Still be both predictions alive still. 90 seconds into this one, 2 scores on boards for GFU for George Fox thus far. Snowman 2K playing a defensive position that he is not used to, and Cool Red at 15 strikes in one for the first for New Mexico State University.
An answer from Cool Red, and that sets the tone possibly for the Aggies to start clawing back into this game. And again, with so much time left, not even 2 whole minutes taken off the board, we find ourselves at a 2-1 score affair, which was the exact score of the final of Game 1.
Yeah, so again, this one just going a lot faster, every mathematically quantifiable way, I'd say. 3 minutes, 8 seconds. Just taking a look at shots on board. I mean, Snowman already has 2, and that's half of what they had last time. And again, 3 minutes still left into this game. Big Shrig, right side, gets a little bit of a hit and then gets beat there. Defender, thankfully there if you're a GFU fan, though, Foof.
Opportunity rising. That's a shot on an open net, but just diving back is Acuity. He's got not a lot of boost. Again, it's such a far reach, but he's able to catch up to it here. Big Shrig off the sidewall here, trying to find some control, but it's immediately caught back. Another big 50 coming off these teams just over the midway point here. And the Aggies still looking for an equalizer, whereas this Bruin squad possibly putting an extender towards the net, but not able to find the angle there.
Yeah, we had the 2-score differential. That is the highest score differential we have seen thus far. It was only a score differential of 1 earlier. Nice little pap, and there you go. Acuity once again. 3 saves. First shot attempted, and this one goes in.
It's just a beautiful read. We've seen the overcommitments on the defensive side near post, but this is opening up the near post too far, going for that far post read instead. So now we sit 2-2, and the Aggies notching things up with 2 unanswered.
Hit over, right side. 2 minutes, 14 seconds. Walking the dog on in, and Nate the Boss once again. My goodness. New Mexico State University opened up this game, dropping 2 and quickly, if you remember, Foof. There's been an absolute riot and run since.
It has been a riot and a run, but this is now Nate Boss's 3rd goal in this series to make it 3-2 in this game.
Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Nate Boss, right side, New Mexico State University. Big offensive juggernaut.
There.
Snowman 2K. Another one, defense holds strong. There's an attempted defensive clear. Cool Red reads that one the Tuesday before the Wednesday and obviously gets there. Now a big defensive clear, and Cool Red can't quite make it to this one. Couldn't quite read that redirect. Take attempted. Nice hit. Forces the hand of the defender. That might actually be on point. And it is. Wow.
Cool.
Okay. Okay, we have our longest shot so far for sure. Fastest was 116 kilometers. This is definitely the farthest.
He got the old 9-iron out and just chipped it over the midfield. No
Seriously.
contest, just watching it land perfectly on the green. And green means goal 4-2 with 1:45 left.
Back on over to the middle of the New Mexico State University Black Squad, now having their own 2-goal differential for the lead. Biggest one we've seen so far as we reached past 100 seconds and 2 left for GFU to tie this one back on up. Middle pitch right now. Members beating feet to get there. Shrigg not willing to give this one up quite yet. That is too high, and defender plays it, Foof.
Well, it's an awkward spot to be in, especially as a defender where you jump late towards it, but it was able to sneak out as that wall played the initial defender, touching it all the way. That's a dunk coming through. Wow. Nate, hello to the back of the net for 2 in a row.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, though, either. Nate Boss, once again, coming out. Offensive powerhouse. Cool Red has assisted plenty of these, but now a 3-score lead for the side of New Mexico State University. And my very, very poorly drawn prediction is quivering in fear right now.
Opportunity arising right now if you are this Aggie squad to put themselves firmly in front of GFU. And if you look at the Bruins, they've kind of poised back. Initially punching first, finding Pater, first blood, and a follow-up. But after then, it's been stone cold in the forge.
Stone cold in the forge means no metal being made. We're going to have to need this one because, as we know, pressure creates diamonds. GFU going to have to really harness that, bring it back for some flashy, expensive gameplay. 38 seconds left, 3 scores differential. Do we think that it's happening here, Foof?
Well, I am always one for never counting a team out. It needs to happen quickly. If you are the Bruins, and again, such an awkward offensive position where they have 2 players so close together and no one really controlling the ball, it's becoming less and less likely. Now another shot coming on, another goal going through, and Nate Boss with his 3rd in this game, 5th of the series.
Are you willing to do it now?
Yes.
Okay, fair.
I'll say it's a bit insurmountable now.
Bit insurmountable. A Herculean task. 4 scores, 18 seconds. It is physically possible. Once we hit about 11 seconds, there will not be enough chronological resource. That's time, people. Chronological resource. There you go. Not enough chronological resource to come back. You cannot score 4 times in 11 seconds. This is going to be burned out, and NMSU, my goodness, I'm just going to call it next to New Mexico from here on because I keep messing it up. New Mexico has put a significant foot forward and then another step ahead of that one. 6-2 here, as we're looking at a total of 3 scores, right? A lot of numbers, like Foof, like that. There's such like accurate numbers, and they provide like a picture right here. I think the total scores can really provide a picture on how the pace of this game has changed thus far. 3 total scores in Game 1, almost 3 times that in the same 5-minute period in Game number 2. 8 total.
But again, the scary thing is you look at a 1-2 score fair in Game 1 that goes 2-1 by the Aggies. You're like, okay, great job. If you're GFU, you've doubled your score total in the next game. But, oh my goodness, the Aggies have found their mark. They're looking for passes. They're finding very aggressive counterattacks when GFU either double commits or, as we called it in Game 1, and we saw it creeping into Game 2, is if they overcommit and overchase on those big clears and use a lot of boost, they're stuck forward with no resources.
Yeah, I don't want to sound like negative here because GFU knows what to do. Obviously, they did not get here by mistake. All they need to do is just what they're doing a little bit better. Like better defensive clears, better communication, better coordination between, better pickup and delivery of passes, right? Like all of these things just 10% better, and this is an even series.
Well, it all will start on the drop of a kickoff. I mean, it's going to be trying to see who can set a tone, especially in Game 3. You're in the meat and potatoes of a series now, and especially when it's 2-0, you're looking at a team that's trying to force themselves at possibly putting at game point versus a team that's now on the back foot, and they are reeling, starting to wobble and trying not to taste the canvas.
It's a bad taste in the mouth, trust me. You get a front row seat to it as well. We're going to go to a very, very short break. These teams are taking the time. Now, what I wouldn't give, right, to be a fly on the wall of either of these esports teams, like labs or wherever it is that they're practicing, within the Discord call with them, right? Because this is the most important time of our matches, right? Like where they want to come forth, figure out what they want to do again, what they want to not allow their opponents to do, and then come back at this possibly. Back with you guys in just a couple of minutes. And we are back. New Mexico State University coming back into this one 2-0. Now, Foof, here's a list for you, all right? This is a list of the world's most endangered species. The Javon rhinos, the Amur leopards, and the FBI tugboat predictions.
We are on backwatch for the FBI tugboat prediction right now. But, we could see some things change. I mean, timeouts are huge. People don't realize Rocket League is a resource managing game. It is all about strategy. It's all about understanding when to burn and when to use and when to hold. And a wise man once said, you got to know when to hold them and you got to know when to fold them. But he wasn't talking about boost and he wasn't talking about time. So
I've had this prank that I've wanted to do for a long time, Foof. And this is G-rated, I believe. But I live in Las Vegas. I play a decent amount of poker. I want to take a big Bluetooth speaker and play that song in the poker room. Obviously everybody's heard 1,000 times. Oh my goodness! Quickest goal on board in MSU State University said they like timeouts.
Well, they like timeouts. They like kickoff goals better, as that's the way to start for New Mexico State University. 3 seconds in, 2 games up, and a goal up in game number 3.
Yeah, very early goal up right here. Love to see it. 2 seconds left, and they're not going to... Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to win one kickoff really early, win the second one that early, and then scoring. A little bit tough ask.
Opportunity arising again. They'll have a bicycle touch here. Feeling confident, feeling good, and feeling loose, especially on this Aggies defensive side. Usually you don't see defenders going for things like that, but having fun, focused, but loose at the same time. That's a dangerous spot to be in if you're playing against a team like that, especially when they're up 2-0 in a series.
Yeah, especially once they've been forced to play so much defense. The second half, really, of the second game, and then now so much as well. GFU, for the first time, really in the defensive stance, as Acuity kind of flirts with the raw wall and ends up just ramming the head against it. You can guess how productive that one was. 60 seconds here is GFU still on the defensive stance, so there's not been any like cool, big defensive clears. This is decently centered, but reading this one out, and perhaps GFU is just kind of responding to the direct threats and just kind of allowing this ball to kind of ping-pong around until then.
Think about it. It's that way you've said it. They are responding. They are reacting, not trying to predict or make things happen. They're sitting back and letting it come to them, and that is not how you can obviously play against this Aggie team. I mean, they got 2 goals early in the last game, but then let 6 in a row fall by. This is 7 in a row, and they have to find an answer, and I think they have to do it soon.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, 3.5 minutes might seem like a really long time. 1 score difference is as low score lead as we get in Rocket League.
Oh, what a touch!
But still, that, and again, okay, I am bamboozled. I am dumbfounded. I have a mental kerfuffle here. Okay, a kerfuffle, right. I tell you, a kerfuffle. Right. There are these goals that like should not happen. Like they should not exist in this world. Maybe like a different universe, you know, if there's like different planes and whatnot. Like maybe, right? And then there's like open net type situations, kind of like that right there. And again, that are not being taken advantage of. What is going on?
Right now, you have a play coming through.
There
it's
we
the
go.
Fake in front of the flash. Snowman 2K taking full advantage of it. And once again, you have Snorlax to Snowman, the connection that seems to be keeping this team alive.
Okay, this is memeing a little bit, but do you know the whole monkey typewriter thing? There you go. Like eventually, all of the works is Shakespeare, right? No, memeing hard, but like both of these teams really. And so I'm not like necessarily. Alright, you know what? I am memeing. Never mind.
What just happened? I mean, the Aggies say we take those. Acuity wins up 50. And the ball goes in.
Wow. Okay. NMSU, they might have a lead. They may not really earn it. They may not really have earned it, but they have a lead nonetheless. This should be a tie game right now. My oh my, looking like my silver.
Well, there it is.
Alright, dude. Alright.
Regain tugboat.
Okay, no, that's like a little bit harder. Okay, so Acuity actually kind of like bumps. Yeah, I need a full mental regain, dude. I'm shocked. Acuity kind of like flies over just like a little bit too much. That's a much more reasonable mistake. Sorry. So back to this one. 2-2. It could be 10-10 right now with the amount of amount that we just saw.
I was going to try and get you to that point and allow you to regain it. Please, Snowman, not again. His teammate had to push it back. That's the only problem with having heat seekers when you hit the ball. Just sometimes it goes towards the wrong net. As Cool Red and company pushing it back up the field, and again just kind of glued to this left wall, and another touch coming through, but this one a bit too far as it veers it off into the corner. Nate waiting under it here. Snorlax has control, wants to find a teammate, but they're both behind him, and so it's a little bit of an awkward push. Snowman, midfield, has a teammate climbing the ladder here, but a bit late to find that touch. Just under 2 minutes left to be played, and GFU on the offensive foot right now, feeling good, feeling confident as they've notched it up at 2 apiece.
Back on over to the left side in MSU Black, trying to get in the offensive stance, but again, this has just been so much GFU offense right here. MSU has found solid goals in situations they may not otherwise, long ones earlier, as well as the kind of the wonkiness we saw earlier. But 90 seconds left on this one. We are looking as an even game as possible. That's going to be a bounce too high and a cross backboard.
Well, it's a bounce too high, but again, the defense just a bit awkward on it there, but the offense so far off, they're not punished. There's now an opportunity rising. GFU trying to find perhaps their first extender of this game. Snorlax Playing slower, putting back into the mix. That's a dangerous touch, but there's no one. There is no cars there to catch it in the air. So it falls back down. Into the corner we go. Snowman going near post. He has the angle. He has the goal. And now GFU has the lead.
There you go. This is the first time they've enjoyed a lead in what, 12 minutes? Something like this here, Foof. 100 kilometers per hour right up the middle, right up the gun right here. And again, lead of 1, no real lead indeed within the great game of Rocket League. But a lead nonetheless. So.
A big-time angle there. Now it sets up Snowman. He's got no boost in the tank, but he's got a lead blocker. If he can get to the touch here, a big win keeps the pressure on. 55 seconds left. New Mexico State University. The Aggies need to find one to answer. Cool Red cuts in front of his teammate here, but there's no... Wait, that's a dunk coming through. He's got no boost to follow, but the possession still rocking forward. The Aggies dressed in their crimson right now. Nate Boss putting it in midfield. He's been the front runner. He has the pass. Acuity's there, but he can't find it. Still a 3-2 game. 1 goal separating these two teams, and 2 games separate them. 30 seconds on the clock. Another push coming through the ball. Bouncing back out, and the Aggies still looking for that answer.
A very weak dribble attempt right here. Snorlax just taking a little bit off the top easily, and now we have GFU in the offense. They are not in a burn time type situation. There it is, a shot and nothing. There's the tied up shot. The redemption. 13 seconds left, and Acuity ties it back up.
Acuity misses on the first one, but he won't miss on the second. The gift that keeps on giving. A 3-3 affair. The dish from Cool Red means it's tied up with 13 left.
It was intentional, right? Acuity knew that if he scored at 33 seconds left, and that would be lots of time for GFU to come back. Big brain play from Acuity. Big brain play. The drama all the way there towards the end. Somebody get this guy a stage.
Big?
No!
No, it's... What? He left 1 second too many, FBI! 1 second too many! Big Shrink off the ceiling, off the nose, off the ground! It's a 4-3 game!
GFU takes the lead back. Oh my god. How crazy is that? Right, if you want to extend the like theoretical, right? Then that is literally Acuity. If they scored at 30 seconds, maybe this one would happen with about 13 seconds left, right? Holy moly, I am literally in awe. I've seen 1 second goals before. Obviously, I've seen buzzer beaters. I've seen overtime type situations. I've seen 14-minute overtime type situations. I have never seen something like that before. Yeah, take the jacket off, dude. Yeah, I feel you, dude. I feel you. I gotta turn a fan on. I gotta open a window or something like this, dude. That is insane. That was one of the craziest 5-minute games of Rocket League I've seen in a very long time. There's 7 total scores, right? There's 4 of these that are truly earned, right? And then the last one that is arguably the flashiest and most beautiful of all, right? Insane.
I literally watched you curse a team in real time. I was like,
I guess so.
It's calm that they put too little time. And I was just going, oh no, they gave him the ball with no timeouts left. Right. And we watched him go from side to side, from north to south, from ground to ceiling into the net.
He made contact with every piece. Every 2 walls, a ceiling, and a floor. You tell me, how are you supposed to get better on a single offensive push by yourself? If you want something done, Foof, you got to do it yourself. Fantastic stuff from GFU Academy. I gotta say, New Mexico State University comes back at this. They come back and they go up 3-0 here. I'm literally not sure if you're putting up 4 in a row if you're GFU. If you're either of these teams, I should say. GFU Academy just purchased themselves a new lease on life in their tournament lives in every way, shape, and form.
Well, feeling good right now as they have answered a call. Finding a late, albeit, but a strike nonetheless. Now another, perhaps, arising. CFU has a big touch. That's a beautiful pass to midfield, but they can't find it. Cool Red sitting at midfield. Not a lot of boost here. And again, Octane's low on boost and low on possession as that ball's bouncing around. Another shot coming through, but the defender waiting in the net, kind of poised like a cobra to strike. Nate Boss and company losing possession here at midfield. It's the first 40 seconds, Crestus.
Right side. Back to middle pitch right here. Cool Red just gets gifted this one. Might as well unwrapped it under a tree on Christmas Day. A-Boss, once again, comes up. Might have lose the 50, but it's still on their side until that is given up from GFU. So a couple kind of misplays right there, and teammates who definitely could have came in, and their teammate a little bit of assistance. And I just realized my VMix call was muted this whole time.
Oh my gosh. Wait, actually?
Yep, brutal, dude. Absolutely brutal. I was literally about to type in, hey, at this point I want to go ahead and give shout-outs. Geo and Storm Warrior, really appreciate you guys in production. If you've been talking this whole time, I'm really sorry.
That's absolutely awesome. But right now, looking for shout-outs right now is this Aggie squad. It's a pass midfield. It's a shout towards the mix, but so many players colliding for it. Nate Ball's trying to be optimistic here, but is unable to be opportunistic. As that ball bounces back out. Snowman, 50'd hard there. And something we've seen this series kind of evolve into is a lot of ground 50s kind of divvying up where the pressure is going to go. I want to see what team is going to be more willing to put it into the air and possibly go from side to side, east to west, instead of north to south.
Yeah, there has been a lot of high-flying acrobats, but as we see 2 minutes into this one, no scores, and not for lack of trying either. A little bit of back and forth play, talk about ping-pong, right? But, okay, so we've seen a 3-second score, and now we will see at least a 2-minute and some change score, right? Not the longest as in farthest, but the longest as in the most time it took to get there is Acuity at 2 minutes and 16 seconds.
And that's a beautiful touch from Acuity to now put his team back on top. Catching Big Shrig, a little bit awkward there. 2 players unable to beat the one on the flick. The soft touch, the finish, and the Aggies up by 1.
Hit over. Player have to beat feet and barely gets there as Cool Red, but what is GFU doing?
Oh my goodness.
What is GFU doing? You can't assume that that's going in off kickoff. You know at least one player is back. There should have been 1, if not 2 players there on the backside, right? There's only 1 ball. They can't score on you when their ball is almost in their own goal. Man, oh man.
I love Rocket League. Let me just put that simply. I love this. All that really matters is an opportunity arising for both of these teams to try and find something, and the Aggies taking full advantage of it, and a big clear on the side wall. Now another touch coming through. Snorlax into the corner, looking for a teammate here. No, he's looking for himself. He had the angle, but a bit too cute there as he could not find that touch, and that equalizes it back to midfield as both teams kind of poised to try and find their push.
Hit over, right side, Cool Red looking fine, can't quite get it there. His defender meets him perfectly. The brick wall impersonation right there for GFU, and the lead stays at 1. Nate Boss doing some fancy footwork right there, and I think that actually worked. Oh! Need to see it. Cool Red misses that one. Nate Boss is too far back to really make a play on this one, and that is almost gifted for New Mexico State.
Almost gifted, but turned away perhaps. As aren't able to accept that gift. The ball back in midfield. The redirect attempt. Goody, 4 shots in this game, but only one of them has found the back of the net. Perhaps it's the golden goal of this game to make something happen. That's a big 50, but not on target. Nate Boss. Ball thrown backward. Slowing down here. Opting to go for the ball, and it's going to have no boost to fall back towards it.
Cool Red across the middle, back down, bounce plays here as New Mexico trying to get on top of this, but that's GFU, George Fox, with a strike over. 50 seconds away from this being a shutout from New Mexico State University pitching a proverbial no-hitter.
Oh, it's I don't know if you can pitch a no-hitter unless you don't give up a shot, because that's an opportunity arising once again. I feel like shots would correlate to hits in baseball,
yeah,
you know?
Oh
no my goodness, Nate Boss, though!
Hey, Boss, side of New Mexico State University going to be taking a significant lead now, given there is only so much, again, chronological resource, people.
Chronological.
32 seconds of it left.
Timey-wimey.
Oh, yes. Yes. Imagine trying to extend a word like time into 16 letters? Hang on.
Is it that many? That's a lot for one word.
Production
I don't
staff,
know
if you can
that's
tell,
right.
I can't. I'm dumb. I can't count.
I thought he was counting on his hand. I thought he was counting on his hand. But right now, counting down is GFU as they're running out of time. More pressure coming through. The Aggies up by 2. Snowman pushing it down the field. He's going to have a shot, but there's a defender there. It's going to be a 3-1 scoreline in this series as New Mexico State University up 2 goals. Feeling good, up 2 games, only 1 more away from putting it away.
Yeah, seriously, this is, I think at this point, I really would like to see George Fox put some extra games up on board here, but they just, like just getting down progressively here, right? That was a beautiful last-second play there for George Fox at the end of game number 3. But we just finished a game number 4 where they put up nothing. Again, not for lack of trying, Foof, but they put no actual scores and boards. Again, not a no-hitter, but like a no-run, right? Just nothing. Everything you tried over a 5-minute period did not work.
The big thing is they've had opportunities, but they didn't have quality opportunities. And I'll call them out. What you need is not only first chance opportunities, but you need second and third chances, be it off of the backboard, off an opponent, or off of a pass. You need to set yourself up for long and extended offensive plays. And it starts, I hate to push it here, but it starts with the boost management. If you boom the ball down the field and have 10 boosts to follow it up, that's all you have to play on offense unless you're stealing pads along the way. But again, then you have to catch up to the ball.
Therein lies the rub, Foof. Therein lies the rub. Defensive clears, both sides have improved, but they have not gotten to a place where pretty much once possession goes up from an offending team, whether that's off the back of a shot or lost dribbling possession, did it come? Okay, there you go. Then it comes back on the other side. I was giving Big Shrig the benefit of the doubt.
It's a dangerous bump there from Snorlax, guys. That's all 3 players positioned aggressively for GFU, and I don't blame them here. Down and match series at championship point as that bounces post and out. Now a mad dash back towards this offensive side for GFU. Crudy off the wall here with a big touch to push it back towards midfield. Nate Boss following up. He's been the flag bearer, the front runner, the highest scorer for the Aggies, has a pair of assists, I believe, as well. So doing it all on the offensive end. Right now, it's about how well they can thrive on the defensive side. The pressure mounting for this GFU team. That's going to be a double commit, means it's pushed away. A golden chance thrown by the wayside.
Yeah, so 45 seconds or so into this one, a couple of chances both sides, and NSU trying to cover up the offensive third as of right now. As rotations come through, GFU winning that one until Cool Red has something to say about it.
Be careful there as you're banging shots off the backwards. Another one coming through. Ooh. This is the second chance opportunity I talk about.
Yep.
And I'm going to harp on it a little bit. When you push a ball so hard off the backboard, it's immediately easy to clear. But because there wasn't a follow-up clear, the second chance opens up and they take full advantage of it.
Wow. So just like that, lead taken here for GFU. Again, the main thing here is that GFU just spent 6 minutes with no scores made into net, right? Those scoring woes are over now. It is brutal spending that much time across a 5-minute period and with nothing going in. Okay, there you go. So GFU just kind of maybe call it an attempted pass. I don't know, but regardless, that brought the net out of goal.
Brought the net out of goal?
Net out of goal? The ball out of goal. Thank you, Foo.
I was like, I've never seen a net out of goal. I'd be horrified.
Net out of
Perhaps.
Goal, throw my net at your net, dude.
That's what needs to happen in overtime.
Like mentally, I repeated it too. I was like, "Yes, Foof, net out of goal. What are you saying?" Continue the cast, man. Like, what do you think? That was my immediate first reaction.
I know.
Never watched soccer? Come on, man. Like,
come on, man. I'd love a Rocket League game mode where if it goes to overtime, the field shrinks until the goals just press the ball into whichever goal it gets. It just keeps shrinking.
There you go, like the
Tomb Raider movie. After like a minute and a half or something.
Right? If they get in the maze and like it slowly like shrinks on them. I like that. Yeah. I like that. I've said for a while I'd love to see a like 4v4 or 5v5 where you don't have respawns, or you have respawns of like a full 60 seconds or something. Like as a completely fun game mode, not necessarily as like a competitive. Yeah.
All right, no. 5v5, only 3 players on the field at a time, and demos spawn someone in.
Oh, there you go. So yeah, it's like the headhunter thing. Like was it kill confirmed or whatever in COD? Kill confirmed where you picked up the dog tags. I don't know. We've been memeing for a little while here. Let's get back to game. 2 minutes and 10 seconds left here. Snorlax guy up top right here. New Mexico trying something, but GFU comes with a big defensive clear. Back in the offensive stance until that happens. That's right back the other way.
Oh, an opportunity arising again for the Aggies, but it's now the offensive woes for them as we've kind of looked at GFU to be so far away from each other and the ball. The Aggies are doing that right now. It's now a touch off the backboard, but immediately shut back down. Nate Boss trying to be optimistic in the midfield. A pass once again, trying to find that shooter. He's going to win over 2. Get up, he says, as he's able to put it back down.
Crazy stuff right here. That's the tying factor that this New Mexico State University squad needed. Now, they are one possible possible goal here, folks. Possible goal away from putting a cap top of the series.
Well, marching forward, this clock continues to go. One of these teams will find a win. Which one? We shouldn't know. But an opportunity arises either way. 85 seconds left. Snowman putting it past midfield. He's been so poignant with these touches, but Nate Boss winning it, wants to find one more, but he can't find it. A bit too aggressive on that push. The ball on this sidewall and slowing back down. The last 70 seconds, perhaps, of GFU's season hanging in the balance by a thread of a 1-1 tie.
60 seconds left here. Classic tied-up situation. Snorlax guy outside. Big Shrig trying to... Okay, sorry, I didn't see the player back. Trying to get back to this one because I thought that might have been an open net. Down bottom. Nicely done off the wall. So New Mexico State still holding strong for right now. Don't like the defensive position that they're in right now, but that's another hit over, and now that's outside. Was that redirected or fully blocked? I'm not sure.
It was not blocked. It was just a bit too sharp of an angle. And now an opportunity again. Ball midfield, trying to find a second touch. And he found it, but the only thing he finds off of it is a defender. Cutie wanting to go near post here. Diving early is that goalie, but he's able to dissuade the touch for now. Snorlax guy. Use the ball at midfield, pick up the boost. Big Shrig rotating around, letting his teammate find the touch here. Pushing through is this Aggie team, perhaps trying to find a golden goal of their own in the last 10 seconds. We have seen this George Fox team strike when the iron is hot, and still 1-1 in this game. 6 seconds left. It's a flick over one. Nate Boss, he's been the runner. Can he be the one to put it away? Not for now. A pass off the backboard, but that's so far back. It's going to push it all the way towards the other side. It falls down. OT in game number 5.
I love it. The sudden death showdown here goes the way to New Mexico State University. That they will take this series, the 4-1 cap on top. GFU, that's George Fox. Oh my goodness, almost the second tap right here. That would have been a fantastic way to put this one up to a 3-2 scoreline. Now a run, Acuity. Acuity almost gets this all done by themselves. And now a wise demolition. We have not seen very many demos here so far, Foof. That one was required, though.
Well, something we almost saw was a bump for a goal as the Aggies took advantage of it, but it was an amazing save on the defensive side. Snorlax with a 1v1 here. But the angle not wanting to work with him. Pushing forward here, a beautiful shot towards the net, but again, there's just a defender waiting. Red, denied as well. GFU wants to find the handoff of this one. It's a soft touch. It's off the backboard there, but playing patiently is that Finnick ready to shut it back down. And so the clock continuing to tick forward, continuing to tick upwards instead of downwards. The first minute passing in overtime. Neither team able to find a foothold.
Big Shrig right there. The pass was there. His positioning was not as we hit 60 seconds plus into the OT sudden death situation over the middle, and GFU takes it. Big Shrig pushing this one to a 3-2 scoreline as of right now. GFU is 1 5-minute game away from tying this series.
Well, you know, I'm gonna sound far away from the mic because I have to get this into the frame. All right, because you know I have a prediction. I've got a prediction here. We'll get it around the microphone. Get out of the way, microphone. All right, there it is. 4-2. 4-2. This is where we sit, ladies and gentlemen. A 2-game chance, and bring us back is GFU. All that needs to happen is New Mexico State University find a way to put it away.
Oh yeah.
But I love what George Fox has found. The Bruins making magic happen in the iron tight moments. I mean, this is when it has to happen. And when a good team becomes a great team, they make those magic moment happens. And so when's a better time to win than in the grand finals?
I cannot think of a better time. If you guys can, you're going to have to let me know on this one. Also, another stat action coming at you. Game 2 was a 6-2 rout for New Mexico State. Every one of these other games has gone and been decided by a one-score difference. That was 1-2 in game number 1. Obviously, they went to New Mexico State. 4-3, the 4-3 comeback. The 4-3 1-second goal, I remind you folks, for GFU in game number 3. Then game number 4 was a 0-2. Excuse me, that was incorrect. That was a 0-2 game for New Mexico State in game number 4. Game 5, though, 2-1 OT barn burner. Crazy stuff.
Crazy stuff right now, but Big Shrig, again with no boost. Oh, he had the rate, he had the angle, he had the timing, everything, but no boost. And so now it's turning back the other way. All 3 blue cars on this defensive side. Another pass midfield, but the offense disjointed as well, looking like as if we're at maybe perhaps a fast food restaurant or a cafe with very spotty Wi-Fi.
Just have to see how that one works. I remember getting dogged for my what was the McDonald's Wi-Fi. That was the old Call of Duty insult. Oh man, 40 seconds left. Acuity playing the defensive role. Got the Santa cap on top, looking to deliver some presents for their teams here. 50 seconds is GFU on the defensive stance. That was pretty good. That wasn't as big a defensive clear as they'd hoped, probably. Acuity now getting it out of the way of defenders, though, and that's smart.
I have a question. Do you remember those like old Flash fighting games where you picked like an aggressive stance, so like agility stance or a defense stance?
Obviously, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like rock, paper, scissors. That's what I feel like every time we look at a team like getting a defensive stance. Like, oh, he's pressing the block button. What's gonna happen next?
There you go. And another one's you have to crouch and try and kick under it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Pass over to the right side. Oh my goodness, Acuity with an uncharacteristic. Oh. Yeah. Foof said everything right there. Just simply spread it out, guys. This is too concentrated of an offense for a reason. Like, there's definitely such a thing as having too concentrated of a defense, but way too concentrated of an offense. We're talking about 2 car lengths away from each other for that entire right end.
It's just a beautiful play right now. They have a bit better of a triangle forming, but with losing control in that offensive end, it's now flying back. GFU a pass midfield. Snorlax has the angle, but again, missing or not finding pads in the midfield. All right, remember, folks, there are 3 lines of Rocket League pads on the Rocket League pitch. Whichever team can run that best, I think, is going to find themselves in very good positions, especially with Boost in this series, with it being at a premium right now.
Sold. It was almost sold for high prices right there as GFU now almost puts in the first one at 2 minutes and 20 seconds into this, now making this one, if we get to halftime, the longest timed goal so far. That was, yeah, you saw what I saw. It looked like it was it looked like he was not just about to own goal, but he was about to tee off on an own goal of his own.
Absolutely slam it. Hey, that's what GFU did to get them to score their second game too. Like, remember they started with their own goal and then were able to heat back up?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Back and forth we go. 2 minutes left in this one. Still no scores on boards as Night Boss tries to walk this one over the top. Doesn't get any support on the backside, and Cool Red is left just to rotate defensively.
Honest question. When you say back and forth, do you think like a swing or like a pendulum, or do you think like a saw going back and forth?
I would think pendulum. I think of a lot of, this might sound weird, but I think of a lot of things as like pendulum swings.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like getting to one maximum and then the other maximum with true neutral somewhere in the middle.
So it's never really going to stay true neutral for a long time.
No, that's the. I mean, dude, that's life for you, bro. Like, I'm not trying to get too deep with you guys, but that's life for you. Yeah, I mean, how often can you truly say that that you're at a true neutral, right?
Today was a day.
Yeah, exactly, right. How often can you truly say that? I feel like I mostly have good days. You know, I'm an optimistic person. You know what I'm saying?
Well, an optimistic outlook on life certainly is the way to go about it, but an optimistic outlook on this series and this championship has both of these teams vying for a chance. Cool Red trying to drop it in midfield. He's got the tire touch, but it's turned away. A bump onto that red car makes it a 2v2, but a loss of control means it's all to Acuity. 60 boosts in that tank and a 50 over 1. Cool Red wanting to find it here, but can't get the touch. The Aggies on the defensive side, it is still a 0-0 game. One goal could possibly push the plate in an irreparable fashion to tip it over and give a team an edge.
Now, can you remember the last time you scored a 0-0 overtime, or you've casted a 0-0 into overtime game? Because I can't. I love 0-1 games in general, but generally, obviously, that happens within the natural time. Open net, and still, New Mexico is not going to give this one up. 30 seconds away from an OT-type situation. Not OT-type situation, a sudden death OT situation that could decide the series. Excuse me.
Goodness. Side the series, side the championship as it goes off the finish. A little bit too high. Following it up on the offensive end, a shot coming through. It's going to bounce behind it, but it's not a lot of a touch. As Snowman collects it all, I thought that was going to be a ripper off the ground, a back pass to try and set something up into motion. This offense trying to kick into gears. The Aggies have 5 ticks left to try and put it away. A pass midfield coming off the defender, but 2-1. The ball floating in the air. Toe booth, they're going to put it down. It's overtime, possibly deciding the championship.
I'd have this go no other way. Once again, folks, George Fox takes this. We have literally a best-of-7 series that devolves into a 1-on-1. Oh, my goodness! Snorlax does everything! Wow. We're going to Game 7 here, folks. I had to collect myself for a second. The triple tap against the wall as well right there for Snorlax guy in the 11th hour in George Fox University, New Mexico State University, going to be going down to a Game 7. A Game 7. This is a big, long, fat best-of-7 series. We now have a one-and-done basically decide our winners in the Navigators Pacific Division.
So there may or may not be a red splotch on my ceiling now from where I threw my marker.
Oh, nice.
But
nice.
All that matters is that we have a 3-3 tie heading into Game 7 off of the back of a 0-0 overtime game. What?
Two evenly matched squads.
What?
With that, both of our predictions are busted. Mine a long time ago. You with that game right here. And, yeah, I got nothing in this next one. What I can promise you, folks, what I can absolutely promise you, is that the best team here on the day will take it. We'll go forth in this fourth game. There you go. Nice edit.
Copium.
I said it. I like. There you go. Copium. Right. Can I change 4-1 the other way? Oh, guys. This makes total sense. Teams want to take a short timeout right now, and again, kind of recollect, see exactly what it is that they want to do here. Going into a Game 7, what I can guarantee you, folks, is that there will be a winner and there will be a loser at the end of this next Rocket League game. Who that is, I wouldn't dare to try and say. Back with you folks in just a minute. Game 7 here at the NECC Navigators Pacific Division. And folks, you know what that means. That is Aviators. That is Ties. There you go.
It's an awesome Christmas Best of 7. We've been gifted multiple games in overtime and all the joy. I gotta say, Tugboat, it's a wonderful time here in the wonderful North Pole. My beard, though a bit red, is stained, but all that matters is the magic in the air of two teams wrestling over an NECC championship.
Exactly. We were slated to have was a New Mexico State University route after Game 2. I think it was fair. I think we were talking about it a little bit. Both of us anticipating the New Mexico State was just going to kind of run away with this one. GFU following it up with that 4-3 in Game 3 right there with these 1 second goal to then go forth and drop a scoreless game, right? To then go forth and get shut out. Insane stuff. A 2-1 overtime win there for GFU, and then a 0-0 into overtime. 1 score advantage for GFU brings us to here. Our 7th game, guaranteed to be our last game.
Well, I really hope it's their last one. As in, like, for the teams that get to play after this one, I would love to play more and watch more of these teams, but the crown, it sits heavy on the pedestal. It wants a head to wear it, and you see two fighters picking themselves up, battered, bruised, but not defeated, at a time with seeing who can withstand more, who can find possibly one final moment. 5 minutes on the clock, looking to be a best of 7. Snowman feeling festive. 6 seconds in.
1 minute, 1 and 13 also, excuse me, it's 1:17 earlier, but Snowman 2K, I think none of us can be surprised that was Snowman 2K and early. 6 seconds into Game 7. And we got GFU with a small lead.
Well, a small lead might be minuscule in some ways, but it might just be a mountain from a molehill. As we saw, it was a 0-0 affair, turning into a 1-0. Aggies looking to find a score, as they've been scoreless in one game, and now almost 5.5 minutes of regulation, near 6 minutes in total.
Taking a look. Right across the middle. That is decently centered. Cool Red trying to round around for this one. Can't quite get there. As Nate Boss keeping the offensive pressure alive. Over to the middle. Tries to play defender. Defender pops up, gets away from them, and actually makes a fantastic play onto this ball. Now left corner we go, but GFU still in the defensive.
Duty. Big 50 here, but a double commit from the Aggie side mean they are in a dangerous spot, rocking the very fashionable topper, but only it's fashionable when you're seeing it in the replays. Another big save. You're looking at a very heavy reliance on backboard-centric plays, and GFU has made the adaptation against it. They're finding a way to stifle this perhaps meta you're seeing from this Aggies offense.
3 minutes, 35 seconds right here as GFU goes in the defensive ever so briefly, takes a demo on their way there to make the numbers a little bit better in their way, but nice cut right there. Snowman 2K reads this perfectly. Here's the pass.
Finish it.
There's a shot over and still blocked away.
I'm in shock. That was a beautiful pass in the midfield. A bit slow, yes, but you can still rip one in the net. There's no one back, and they can't take advantage of it. So still only a 1-goal advantage. GFU kicking themselves after that one. Perhaps the moment that the Aggies needed, as they are not down a pair, but still only down 1, within striking distance. Just over 180 seconds, under 180 seconds now left in game number 7. The Bruins have a demo. They've started to look a little bit more physically sound. Another touch midfield, finding a teammate here. It's a sign-off. No, off to the right instead.
Rounding round, GFU looking for their insurance goal. That second goal here, folks. Nate Boss, left side, take away from Snowman 2K, though, is Acuity forced to get up close and play this one. Get forced to get a hand on it. Cool Red hit over. Pretty decent defensive clear until it is picked up across this middle, and a trio of New Mexico State University players exit their orange half. Never mind.
Spot to be another touch on the backboard. It's a 3v1 on the defensive side. How can they take advantage of it here? And no follow-up. As Nate Boss, no boost in the car, but is going to be given this clear. Up and over 1. Needs to find some pads here to work with to get some possession. A good pass off the backboard. It's now 1v9. Just needs to find the touch. Putting it through is Cool Red. And he's able to get that. Not Color Red, Cool Red.
Cool Red there with the tying factor. Love to hit it. So that was this is just off the back of a double defensive commit, right? That was Nate Boss. No, excuse me. That was Big Shrig. That was Snowman 2K. They both bit super hard onto the right side, and just like that, Mexico scoring back and tying it up. But hey, what else can we be surprised from?
Started.
What's up?
We're just going to keep fighting. I'm so sorry, my man. I was going to say something a bit way behind it. I was going to say it started with all 3 players up in the offensive end, but it doesn't really matter now. 1-1 here, Tugboat.
Back on over to the middle. 100 seconds left. Tied up score here. Again, 1-1. Could be 2-2. Could be 10-10. Could be 0-0. Doesn't matter. There's going to be Big Trig with another hit. And now, yeah, that's GFU saying, I think I like that 2-1 scoreline a little bit better.
Oh, double commit opens up that far post, and then the diving third player opens up even further. Big Shrig sees all of this happen, watches the red wave cross his face, pulls the trigger to the backside. It's 2-1.
Hit on over, right side, Snowman 2K up and down. Cool Red takeaway, left side right here is Nate Boss, the one. Try and get this one out, shot over, last defensive player back, and GFU is not giving up the tying factor.
Pace-wise, that's one of the better shots I've seen at this game, but again, it's position and timing selecting of the shot there. Having the defender waiting in the wing, that great shot is saved because the defender's waiting for it. The dunk pushing it through. Where's the offensive follow-up?
Wow,
that could have been a second
again.
and third chance. And now an opportunity again. The Aggies in a 1v2 play. Nate Boss on the backboard here, but can't find another one. GFU feeling confident as they have stifled this offense approach using the backboard. They are making this team play uncomfortable as they have taken almost the pinnacle of their offensive side. Nate Boss having to go so much higher than he wants to.
New Mexico is now going to be in a situation where they're going to have to pour it all into offense here soon and just completely abandon the defensive stance. Shot over, and that might be the nail in the coffin here for New Mexico State. George Fox pushes this lead up to 2, and that is just going to be brutal. Brutal, I tell you, Foof, to come back from. 17 seconds average per, and that's just to tie it up.
I'm hurt. I'm hurt from both of these teams having golden opportunities, but not being able to take advantage of it like this. Acuity with a chance, but he jumps too early. The ball resting down, 30 seconds left. GFU trying to hold on and make a gigantic comeback to take an undefeated season and roll into an undefeated playoffs. 15 ticks left. This team has been bent. They've been beaten, but they have not lost, and they will not do so in this season as a series. It's gonna be a 3-1 scoreline. It's gonna be a 4-3. It's gonna be a crowning of GFU as your NECC Navigators Pacific Frontiers champions.
Yes, they do. They earned that one all the way through. This looked so New Mexico, like so much like New Mexico after Game 2, especially in multiple different ways. Right, a score difference of 4 is just crazy. We saw outside of that. You know, the 6-2 right there with 8 total scores, which is just kind of crazy. We've literally saw the minimum amount of scores, which is 1, and that was in extra time. That was in the 5 minutes plus, right? A 0-0 going down to overtime. A couple of 2-score differences, a couple of 1-score differences, or mostly 1-score differences, an incredibly close series all the way throughout. This is GFU bringing it all the way through. But my question to you is, Foof, who's more correct? Because like. You slated New Mexico at 4-2, and it was definitely a closer game, but it was 4-3 for GFU. But I said GFU 4-1, so like we're both off there, right?
Well, I gotta put the hat back on. I forgot to. I had thrown it off in like just amazement after the absolute insanity that was that game. But I think you'd be more correct. You know, since you won, you called the correct team to win. I would say that. I think the biggest winners are us in the booth and you guys in Twitch chat who just got to watch all 7, so that was pretty great. So, beautiful showing here from both of these teams, but crowning one of them is having GFU get their crown, able to stand victorious over a valiant but defeated foe in New Mexico State University. So stay right where you are. We're going to be wrestling one of them away from a voice chat. I will do so forcefully if I have to, and get them into an interview. So we'll be right back.
And we are back, we are here, and we are live. We got Shrig to come on and give us a minute at a time after the match. Shrig, how are we feeling, sir?
Feeling really good. Start of the games, we were down 0-2. Nerves were really kicking in, called an early timeout. Not just me, but my teammates as well. Our nerves were really kicking in. So it took us a while to take a deep breath, but it's like a surreal feeling right now. Just the accomplishment that we were able to get to come back. It's my teammate in the background. Just a surreal feeling. Just feeling great as a whole. All the hard work we have done over the whole season, practicing, adjusting, and getting ready for this moment. I think we capitalized on it.
Undefeated season, it did not stop. Oh, here you go, Foof. I think we were about to say literally the same exact thing. I love it.
Get out of my
Foof, go ahead.
brain.
Sorry. Go ahead, Foof. Sorry.
Out of hearing both of the brains working at the same time here, Shrek. Undefeated season, undefeated up until this point, and then you lose the first two games. You talk about it, go down 0-2. How did you guys counteract that, and what got you back into the series?
Yeah, no, for sure. A lot of it was our nerves. We were feeling a lot of startled almost a lot of the time. A lot of mistakes. I had 2 own goals. I think in the second game. And so it's just a nerves thing, just making sure that we were trying to stay calm. It took us a while, but after we called our timeout after the second game, it really helped us get it under control and kind of get back into the flow of playing our own game and making sure we're playing at our own speed.
That was kind of my question here. What exactly was the feeling like? So instead, I'll change the question. What were the comms looking like in that break after game 2?
Yeah, so it was just a lot of we had our coach with us. It was just a lot of settling us down. We could tell that he could tell that our nerves were off, and just the first 2 games is something that we particularly as a team never really play like. I feel like we were playing a little bit sloppy, just kind of miscommunication, misrotating. So a lot of it was just taking deep breaths, making sure that we're getting in the right mindset. And just because we're down 0-2 doesn't mean anything. It's just we play the game by game. And so just because we're down 0-2 doesn't let us affect us, and just making sure we get into the right mental space.
I gotta say, great stuff, Shrig. Any shout-outs you want to make before you go and celebrate this NECC championship?
Yes. I'd like to shout out my good 2 teammates, Snowman 2K and my boy Snowlex, for being with me the whole grind throughout the whole entire season, and our amazing, wonderful coach Goyo, who has helped us develop into the team that we are and getting us to the NECC championship and winning it.
Love it. I love it. Shrig, once again, thank you for coming on and give us a minute of your time after the match. Congratulations on yet again an undefeated season that did not end in the did end in the grand finals, but didn't end in the loss. So 4-3 victory for you guys. Shrig, thank you again for your time.
Yeah, thank you guys very much.
Not a problem. Moving on next to what that is, Brescia and Defiance coming in here to play next, and we're going to have to get right on into this one, right?
It's gonna be a fun time. I've had a lot of fun preparing for a ton of games before Tugboat, but I'm just gonna put a stat out there that makes 0 sense. Okay, so you look at Brescia, right? Number 1 seed, 8-0, 24-2 in the season, right? Plus 94 goal differential. Then you look across the field. You look across the field at this Defiance College Yellow Jackets team, right? Mm-hmm. They're 23-4. They're 7-1. The only loss they had was to the team that we're playing right now, which was 5 games in week 1. They have a plus 109 goal differential. Both of these teams have it's been a 1-2 horse race this season for this division, and lo and behold, they have made it here. I have one more scary word I want to put out there. This Defiance College team, in 2 playoff games, 2 playoff series, mind you, have a plus 50 goal differential. In the playoffs alone, 5-0.
Wow, okay.
Yes.
And these are best of 7s, all right, so there's a minimum of 8 games, but still, holy crap.
Well, no, they were best of 5s. They were best of 5s.
Oh, those are best of 5s. Wow.
Up until that point, and then a best of 7 here. Both of them went 3. It was 3-0, 3-0. Yes, this is happening. These 2 offenses are coming here. I don't know if the stream can hold off this offense.
Doubled, what is that? That's 6 games plus 50, so that's 9 or something like that per plus. But
8.3.
Hey, they have not played against a Defiance squad yet. This is the number 2 seed for a reason here, Foof. And taking a look at this Defiance squad, we're going to be seeing. We might want to have their rosters up right here, so take a look at these perhaps. But Kicked, Big Spence. Kicked, Big Spence, and Bishmams. These Bishamam. That is Blake Bowman right here. That is the freshman sports management. And his interesting fact is that he doesn't know. He doesn't know. Just an appeal to the unknowledgement of the world. I don't know.
I gotta say,
I do not know.
I'm just... Well, I just want to throw some more numbers because it's always fun to look at a team, especially like this Yellow Jacket squad. 23-4, 7-1 in the season. Only team they lost to was this Brescia University in week 1 that went all 5. Then they dropped a singular game to UNA Gold in week 3 and have never looked back. We already talked about it.
Okay.
A stupid goal differential. They scored 147 times throughout 8 weeks. And that's insane. That is 5.5 goals per game, only giving up 1 a game. So playing high, flying high. But the scariest thing, I didn't even talk about this yet. We talked about it. Plus 50 goal differential in the playoffs, right? They're averaging giving up 0.3 goals a game in the playoffs.
Wow, okay.
Yes!
So a team that has a fantastic regular season and then continued the theme on here to the grand finals now. Once again, this is the Navigators Appalachia division, right? Kind of like the middle of the United States of America. We just saw Pacific earlier in a Game 7 barn burner between GFU, that's George Fox University, and New Mexico State University. This best of 7 starting here in just a little bit, and I'm extremely excited for it. Let's take a look. Brescia right now.
Well, I gotta say, bringing up a fun team jug. You've got Lagaragu and KY Cats Jeffrey. Gotta say, I'm really excited. A nice peppering of ages. A freshman, a senior, and a junior. 2 old heads, and the youngin' to round it all out. But again, another undefeated team, another number 1 seed, another team, and another high-powered offense. I feel like those cartoons where it's like the 4th of July episode, and like the one character who's like the maniac is going to the fireworks stand, and you're just like, yep, there's a nuclear explosion about to go off. I feel like that's what I'm looking at here, is these two offenses look at each other.
It's like that devious teenager going under the tent flap with like a lit sparkler or something like that, where all the fireworks are held out. Yeah, like you know exactly what is going to happen. You guys just got yourselves a best of 7 barn burner. Well, better strap in, get ready, and prepare yourselves for another one. This is number 1 seed Brescia, number 2 seed Defiance, getting ready to do battle. Now, last time as well, I think you might have mentioned this, but this is a 3-2 game last time, right? A Game 5 series. It went all the way down. Now, let's take a look back at your beautiful casters and our predictions. I think that's what's being called for as of right now.
Well, I gotta say, my favorite thing about this is if you look at Brescia, right? You look at their season as a whole, 24-2, right? As in all the games they played. They dropped the first 2 games of the season and then reverse swept that series and haven't lost since.
Wow, okay.
So, yes.
Wow, yeah, that's the only 2 games that Brescia lost. Defiance dropped 1 game against UNA Gold. That was in week number 3. And still just an absolutely oppressive performance. These are 2 teams, 2 absolute juggernauts, but we'll see what happens when a rock meets a hard place. Brescia, let's Jub. I think that's probably my favorite name on this pitch right now.
Jub getting it done as he's able to get the first goal of this series, breaking the ice early, and Brescia up by 1, and they are trying not to let a repeat of what happened last time, not be forced into a reverse sweep scenario.
Back down bottom, Bishmam. Right side, back down to center, pitch, almost Brescia with another one right here. Is now continue to be centered up, kicks, trying to get this one out. The foot or otherwise, that's a redirect, but Brescia right on the outside and a much better defensive clear on the second time.
Cena rising once again, but back into the corner we go. Defiance in the yellow, Brescia in the blue. Still on the defensive side. Jeffrey watching for the midfield pass. Going to bounce back to him with a big clear. Getting it out to this midfield point. So now an opportunity. Defiance, though. The Yellow Jackets had a chance, but are unable to hold on to the possession. A long, arcing clear towards the backward here. Jub there. He's got a goal in this game so far. A pass midfield. But it comes off the nose of the defender, so it's a bit awkward to deal with. Defiance, though, trying to be defiant in front of the net. Unable to find one here.
Telly? Question mark? Coming down to the end right here. That's how it's pronounced. And then out to the outside, Defiance, solid defensive clear, but the Cats Jeffrey. KY Cats Jeffrey, the Kentucky Cats, perhaps that's what's supposed to mean. Now back to the middle, and Jeffrey, no! This cat can't bat that one in.
Opportunity arising, but unfortunately the Bearcats still only holding on to a 1-goal lead. You know, that is one of my favorite mascots in general, only behind the Blazers, which is a literal dragon. But Bearcats, awesome logo here. As Brescia putting more pressure on Defiance. Needs to be careful. It's just a dangerous push, but having the possession, having the control, now it's a 1v1. Kicked, passed it here, but he's pushing it too far. Won the 1v1, but couldn't win the goal. And so it stands at a 1-0 affair still.
1-0 game right here is Brescia. Oh my goodness, I keep saying this wrong, aren't I? Brescia.
It's Brescia.
Brescia. Brescia. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. Gotcha. I will write that down. Halftime. Just a few seconds. Defiance looking to tie this one up.
Oh, still at that midway point, Defiance has had an opportunity or two. That's a beautiful touch from Jump. Hello? The perfect dribble to just stay off of the ground, and the final touch from the spoiler. Exquisite.
Nicely done as Jub puts in the second. The only player in these two teams to have scored thus far. We're just past halftime, so Defiance still has plenty of time to bring this one back, though. Russia. That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting tagged as. I
will die on this hill that was originally typed differently.
Yes, I think it was too. I think Patrick Reeves, awesome as he might be messing with us just a little bit.
We're getting trolled. You were right.
Well, they said the whole thing about like under pressure, like the Freddie Mercury stuff. Sorry, guys. It's a mildly unique name, so we're not having fun with the name. We're having fun with ourselves being unable to pronounce the name. It's an important differential.
Well, again, we talked about it in Game 1. The English language is an absolute mockery of 3 languages wearing a trench coat pretending to be one, like trying to sneak into a movie theater. But all that really matters is you have Brescia sitting up to the Bearcats, roaring ahead on this offensive play. Another touch midfield, controlling it is Defiance. The Yellow Jackets, they are stuck in the Hornets' nest, per se, and that's not what they do well. They're not very good at defending. They're all about attacking, going and getting things, and pushing the pressure on. Both of these teams so offensively oriented, I don't know how much time they have spent on the defensive side.
1 minute, 15 seconds left on this one as Defiance looking to strike back. And I mean, if you're going to put up a 0-score game, if you're going to put up a donut, it's at least best to do it in the game number 1, I feel like. 60 seconds to go, kind of that classic 60-second drill. What do, Foof? What do?
I'll answer the same way I answered before. Your best. That's all you can do. As now Defiance looking midfield. That's a beautiful play, but man, you got to be more aggressive, my friend. We need a little bit more aggressive push off the backboard. Obviously, that's a read from kicked, but that's what I'm talking about. As that midfield player, you need to be willing to step forward, but this is the pass from that player to the midfield, breaking it into a 1-point game.
There you go, bringing this one back to the brink here. In case you're just new to Rocket League, in 47 seconds, if this score remains the same, we will enter into a kind of mini overtime type situation, right? Ball cannot touch the ground, but one score can still be made in, but that might not be necessary as Defiance. Oof, big oof right there. Right off the top bar and out. And now, there's going to be Brescia on the offense right here, right side, kicked. Is there, sends this one flying down to the other side, but a big boost in the hand for Jub, excuse me. No!
That's there!
Defiance does it!
That is such a sensational touch from IQ for you as he's able to see his teammate, sneaks it behind the defender, tied up 2 goals in less than a minute, and Defiance standing in defiance of a 2-goal lead. Leads be darned, it's now tied.
Wow, yeah, so Brescia spends almost the... Brescia, yeah, I said that right. Man, I'm like literally like thinking about it so much, I'm like thinking I'm saying it wrong. My goodness. 3 seconds away from halftime is what I'm trying to say. Or not halftime. 3 seconds away from overtime.
Oh. That's going to be going back the other way. It's not enough. It's not enough.
Okay. Chill out, Foo. Come on. You're screaming too much.
Never. That is
Quite
why
literally
I
never,
have. That is why I've gotten this room around me so I can do such. And now it's another shot coming on Defiance, trying to win the dunk here. It's still on. Oh my God, cute for you. Hello.
Wow. So Defiance spends most of this first game, most of this 5-minute game behind, literally at a scoreless potential, right? It was 2-0 for the vast majority, the big, fat middle part of this game, right? And then just to come back in every way, shape, and form, Defiance now 3-2 in game number 1. Crazy stuff.
I'm in shock and awe. 3 unanswered goals, all of which coming by team plays and then an immaculate solo play, reading and understanding where they need to be. Winning out in the end. And that's how we start game 1 of this series. We just had one go all the way to 7, and then this one is a breakneck pace. It looks like it's for sure going to be a 2-0 stomping and just kind of fully control and taking control as that number 1 seed. It's wrestled back, and we have a 1-0 series.
Yeah, just like that. I mean, again, you're gonna have a winner, you're gonna have a loser at the end of game number 1. But I gotta say, I wasn't 100% certain about that one. We were talking about predictions earlier. Do we have time for the Defiance College and Russia University predictions here? If you think, I don't think we're going to. I don't think we're going to. Yeah. We'll show the pictures later. The secret reveal? I'm hearing secret reveal from production chat. What are you thinking, Foof?
It's always a secret reveal. Just I am never been more artistically inclined, perhaps, than I have ever since I bought this whiteboard a week and a half ago. So
I like it, dude.
Having a lot of fun. Feeling good, feeling confident, but not as confident as Defiance is, as the number 2 seed, with a lead and with another big defensive stand here in the first 15 seconds in the opening rounds, perhaps, of game number 2. Another big dunk from Jub. He had both goals last game. He's demoed here as Bishamam rotating back. A beautiful play here on the defensive side, getting the demo, getting the clear. Now it's a chance here for Pelly, but he can't find the angle.
Pelly right there on the right side. Now a shot inside, and who else but Jub. Consisting of all of the offensive shots made in from Russia. I guess you could be conspiring, right?
His machinations laid undetected until the defense was.
I think they're trying to beat us in Rocket League. I'm not sure though.
I can't tell. They're trying to outscore us. Make haste.
What wretched game do they play at?
Time boost coffers are empty.
My liege, our men are boostard. My goodness.
And steal theirs. Position the cards forward, set the midfield hand, and find the goal. But right now, both
are you saying an imaginary world that is dictated by trying to take control of resources? I think that's a little too on the nose here. I think that's a little too on the nose.
Have you never played the advanced ages of like Spore, where it becomes a resource-grabbing game? Come on, man.
Have you been alive in 2022? Again, maybe some statements, some statements a little bit wide here as we're getting away from the game. Excuse me. Fun stuff, Foof. Always enjoy doing this with you. 90 seconds into this one. Go ahead.
I was going to say, having a great time, 90 in. Again, on the same page right now with you. Brescia on the same page, but perhaps in different books as they keep finding themselves at different points in time, but still connected enough.
Left side, Jub. Once again, got all 3 scores that Brescia has put up so far in the 7 minutes of gameplay. 5 in the first, or a little bit more than 5 in the first, I should say, right? A little bit of OT right there. Not a whole lot of OT. Saw a couple minutes of OT earlier. And again, we did see 3 overtime games so far on broadcast, and we're just now starting we're in halfway through of game 2 of the second series. That's 7s as well. Got a full 7 earlier, guys. If you're just now joining, honestly, I feel bad for you, because we've had High Flying Rocket League going on broadcast here for you guys all day. NECC here for the championships. This is the Navigators Appalachia.
Quick, Tugboat, think of something cool to say. We only have like 5 more minutes left on a stream as well.
Oh,
we're currently residing on both as well.
Boobs. I don't know. I don't know. There you go, Defiance.
That's how Kick's gonna score. Oh, no. Well, that's a good read. Winning off of the touch here and kicking the door down, making it into the back of the net.
I love it. 2:22. Talking about times. 1-1 though. It is tied up. Kicked. Right side, nicely picked up there from Helly, with a question mark on the end. Helly, now rotating back onto the left side. Big boost there, and a shot down bottom, but other Russia defenders are able to get to this one. Pelly, back on over to the right side. This should be picked up by Kicked, and does for just briefly, though. This should be set up decently well until Bishmam is given this one. That is almost a perfect tie-up. Third shot right here, but Bishmam actually got kind of tripped up over his own teammate.
I am still just recoiling from all of this. It's been whiplash, mental whiplash this series has been, with offensive and defensive chances that have gone awry, and finding a touch, but no, still 1-1, and it sits at an awkward spot. Big touch off the backboard here, trying to follow it up here. Double tap opportunity. We saw 2 big double taps on that first series. And for another one here, that is such a save coming out from the Brescia defender. Now, Jeffrey, not a lot of boost though, and again, we see a car with a chance, but using so much boost to follow it up, another save coming through, and these teams bending but not breaking, looking like pretzels on the defensive end.
Yes. Maybe not quite as stiff, but 100% right here is twisted, and like you said, willing to bend but not break. 60 seconds left on this one. Tied up right here. It's an overtime situation that went the way of Defiance there in game 1. And another low-scoring affair we have on our hands so far. Jub. Right side. Jub. Over to IQ for you, but IQ is beaten out there. Now gets sectioned out to the right side until Kick has a big defensive clear right here. Redirect across the middle. Defiance puts it up there, and Russia defenders force the hand as they try to bring this one back out.
Oh, wrestling back in midfield. It's all 3 players up high, and Defiance can't take advantage of it. My hands are on my head. An opportunity for Jub. He's winning 1. Can't win 2, though, as that diving defender keeps it away. 15 ticks left on the board. A quarter of a minute. IQ for you waiting back to another touch coming towards, but it's not shot just yet. Russia possibly getting the last offensive push to the game. Another pass midfield is going to be pushing through. Where is the offensive players? As the pass was there.
Wow,
the recipient. Not, and it's 1-1 OT.
Defiance takes this. They'll put up half of the wins that they need to take this the Navigators Appalachia Division. 10 seconds to halftime. Defiance getting a little bit aggravated as Brescia tries to bring this one out. Can't maintain possession, and that's a really bad angle for the Defiance squad. Shot on over. That's a weak clear, and IQ for you should be able to dribble this one out and center it up. They do, but now hit back to the left side as defense reigns supreme.
I'm still in shock right now. Both of these teams, I think they're shook. They're feeling a bit it's uncharacteristic. And so right now I'm wondering who can get back onto their regular season standing, who can find the offensive pressure, who can gain control of this game. I feel like it's the pointing Spider-Man meme, you know?
It's like, wait, you just scored. Well, we just scored. Well, you took 2 demos. We just took 2 demos. Okay. We'll looking very similar. I gotta admit, 1 minute into this one, next score, golden goal, sudden death type situation here between Brescia and Defiance. Pop play over. I gotta say, Defiance at least are not. They're not like playing scared, but they are playing always with a player back. There's the double touch and kicked with a nice one on this.
No one on the backboard means it's free real estate, but I think a bump came through from IQ for you. He does, I think, get contact, which throws the defender out of the club, opening the net up, and Defiance. Wait a minute. I've seen this one before. The lower seed going up 2. Wait a minute.
Exactly. What we didn't get a whole lot of time earlier, we had to speed right in. Predictions coming up now. We're going to kind of see how these one do hold up. We'll go me first. Beep, beep. Brescia 4-1. There you go. And the whole point was that I wasn't able to erase or undo it all. So originally that said something else, a different number. Then I realized it was a best of 7. Then I changed it. And I fixed it. So.
All right. I'm very sad to throw this one up because I feel it's a bit of power handed, and just again, I've got a 4-2 for the Bearcats. I feel like they can pull it out, but right now they'd have to win 4 in a row. And hey, they'd won 3-1 week 1. They're just kind of resetting the table, but it is all Defiance all the time right now.
It really is. These might seem close, but I really just feel like Defiance is playing their own game and forcing Brussia to get... Oh my goodness. Consistently come back. Choke on your spit, guys. It'd be a hell of a way to die. Yeah, it'd be a hell of a way to die. Like, Brussia has been playing Defiance's game thus far, right? They've been able to do whatever they want, like offensively and whatnot, and especially when it comes to the big two things: defensive clears and passes. The Defiance won this previous game because they just simply had more opportunities, Foof.
Yep. I think it's they also capitalize on more opportunities, as there have been chances aplenty for both teams to have really good offensive positions, but it comes down to not having the boost, not having the position, not having the I'm gonna say it again, resources to follow it up. But
resource.
Defiance has found a way. I mean, they found a way in game 1, down 2, able to rattle off 3, and then just controlling game number 2 to make it theirs. Trying to do the same thing here in game number 3 as the first 10 seconds have ticked off.
This is Brussia out of Kentucky, and Defiance College out of a place called Defiance, Ohio. Oh, there's a band named that. There's a band named. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, and I like them a lot. Hey, that's a lot cooler. I just thought it was. Okay, never mind. Back to it. Sorry, 30 seconds. Like, oh my goodness.
What a save! What? 2 goal line miracles. Keep Brussia alive, but it won't matter. You knock and the door comes down. Defiance out with a 1-0 lead.
Wow, so Brussia gives up an early one right here. Kicked has been involved in, I don't even know how many of these goals so far. Now, the good news is for Defiance that this is kind of an easier game plan to be read. Jub again has gotten all 3 scores on boards for the side of Brussia thus far. So if you just remove this player, you just consistently press that Control X button, which is demoing them, just keep that going on and on. Force these other 2 players, that's Logo, that's Katz Jeffrey, to go forth, get the offensive going themselves.
More pressure, more shots, perhaps more goals here as Defiance looking for an answer in midfield. A ball bouncing off the sidewall here. Pressing forward is the Bearcat of Brussia. It's a beautiful touch. It's going to be off the bar and out, though. No bar and in today as the 4th defender reigning supreme for Defiance. 90 seconds just about taken off of this clock in game number 3, and we see ourselves in a familiar point. Defiance up by 1.
This is, like you mentioned, where the series changed around last time. Now, I think it's very, very important to mention that did not come off the back of 2 overtime games in a row, right? That was New Mexico 2-1 in game 1 and then 6-2 in game number 2. This is categorically different.
It is categorically. Wow.
It's a fun word, right? Fun word.
Forehead desk after this. It is very much theoretically different. It's naturally different, but in a way, it's still similar. Still have an opportunity for Brussia. Yeah. All they need to do is find some semblance of control. Be it a ball, be it a pass, be it not giving kicks so much free real estate, but another touch following up. And Defiance, in a fast break scenario, unable to break through as Brussia's transitional defense, something you rarely hear a lot being a good thing, stood the test there.
Halftime now. See if Brussia can bring this back, or if Defiance can be the ones to stand the test of time at that point. The test of chronological resource, that's what I'm going to say. Oh my goodness, a bouncing ball here from Brussia.
There it is.
And the Cats swiped this one in. Katz Jeffrey, excuse me.
Big time read. Yep. Jeffrey reading a 50 and then able to just have the fakes in front of the net with the Ghost of Gaming decal and goal explosion representing for sure. A lot of 2s on that clock, a 2 being equaled in the scores being combined. Deuces wild, perhaps, as a friend of mine used to say, as we now stand at a 1-1 game with just over 2 minutes left.
Right side. Kicks. It literally just weights down a little bit lower for the first player. Jub is there on the second one, though. IQ for you trying this one. That is centered and flying in there is KY Katz Jeffrey. Unfortunately can't connect on that one. If you're a fan of this squad, back onto the defense, Brussia goes.
I'm just in shock right now as another one goes high, now turned back away. Brussia, so much free real estate, and you just need to put the flick on, and they do. Another follow-up touch as Jub, he's been killer on the ground, making another big play to make it 2-1.
Wow, so
God, that
jub again, dude. Jub again. Again, the game plan for Defiance should be kind of clear at this point. Just get jub out of the way. Like, Cat's got one of their own in, but all of these other goals, 4 of these other goals are jub. That's jub all day long. And 90 seconds or so left on this one. Kicked right side, tries to bring this one out. They're centered. That's a nice pop play. Jub able to flex their defensive muscles now.
Good workout there as you have the offensive end, defensive end running back and forth. Now a beautiful touch IQ for you, looking for it. The redirect a bit too aggressive because I think they were trying to find a shot. Instead turns to a pass. Fisherman midfield looking for his player, but he can't catch up to it still. Ball back up midfield, a bump opening up the door. Can we have something falling through? A double quick from the defense throws the window open, and Defiance have a tie game.
There you go. That's how you purchase that one. Playing from ahead, playing from behind, Defiance. It might be a mild edge, a very, very slim edge, but perhaps that's exactly what Defiance is going to need to take this third game. Now, Brusha takes this. The tone of this series changes completely, right? Brusha brings himself within 1 5-minute Rocket League game of just tying this one up, and essentially at that point, putting this one, again, Alchemy, best of 7 into a best of 3. Defiance, though, they take this one here, Foof. That's a 3-0 lead within, on the day. Not sure if that's surmountable.
It's going to be certainly difficult, but right now, so much Rocket League left to be played, and perhaps the closing stages of regulation.
We have another overtime. Is that what's going to happen? Overteam.
That's gonna be my team's name. We're gonna be Overteam.
There you go. Overtime for the Overteam.
An opportunity arising. I've heard of the Super Team. Never an over. That's gonna be like the budget superhero list.
There you go. There you go.
The knockoff you buy that has like the Hulk, Lightning McQueen, Shaggy.
That is the most random collection of 3 heroes I've ever heard in my life. Hats off to you. Hats off to you, sir. Okay, yeah, that broke my brain. Shag, yeah, okay. 5 seconds left. Here, OT. Okay, no, sorry. Way off point. Last bounce coming in here in just a second. Both of these teams would love to take it in, not overtime fashion like normal Rocket League teams, right? Shot over! Still alive. Double demo, and hits it up. Nope, that's going to be another OT. Hey, what else would you expect from Brusha and Defiance?
I mean, I don't know what I expect other than perhaps Defiance to put it away for a 3rd straight game if things do not change. Brusha, more pressure. That one's going to be technically on off of his own backboard. Now another shot, but a big-time save. Jub needs to be the last man back. He's got a name so nice. You say it twice. Trying to find more here, but he can't get it to fall. Kick in control. Back on the side. He's got control. He's got the boost. He's got to find a wave dash here. It does, but a bit too slow as that one's flipped all the way to the defensive side. Jub near post, but the defender cutting to make that save.
Nicely done. That's not on point. Have to redirect it yet again, but that hits off and should be decently centered in the back. Kicked way too fast. Weight a little bit too low as well on this one, but still keeping it against the Brusha defense. There's an attempted redirect from the other side, and Defiance should be very glad that did not connect.
Opportunity rising.
Jub.
Sometimes by your own making or shortcomings of an opponent. That one not being counted against them. And so Jub
no way.
has been the man, the myth, but he can't be the legend as he's denied on the goal line once again.
Heroes get remembered. Legend never dies, and fashion stays forever here, people. Seen plenty of fast and flashy plays. Overtime, I think these teams are going to take it any way they can get it, though.
I feel like this is all flash, no bang. It's just, you keep getting blinded and no one's able to find the back of the net. We're like, and so, that happens. A lot of issues occur.
Okay.
And there it is. Had the goalie in net. I don't know how much boost he had, but there was so much time to try and react.
Who else but Jub? Who else but Jub? I mean, I think any Rocket League team can only face so many Jub offensive plays like that and expect to come out with, 3 total scores here for Brusha. Crazy stuff. Attempted shots, pretty much all like there was Brusha had like 2 extra attempted shots. That's it across a 7-minute Rocket League game with 2 minutes of overtime.
I mean, it got wild fast. It looked like perhaps Defiance was going to put this one away, able to stay up, getting kind of feeling comfortable, and then it gets to that overtime and starts to threaten both teams. Opportunities are rising, but they can't capitalize. And this is, again, where good teams can kind of reassert themselves. This number 1 seed finds themselves knocked off balance, possibly about to be down 0-3. reasserting themselves and getting the goal to get back into the series.
Yeah. Once again, Defiance took his previous game and goes up 3-0. That would be really rough to come back from. As it is, the comeback definitely possible. Again, Russia did this in week that was week 3, right? I had the thing up. Week 1, no, excuse me, week 1 started out this entire season,
yes.
right?
We are 5 games,
right? and then Teddy kind of went to the overtime within the series, went to that game 5. That's how Russia did it before. Perhaps that is how Russia is going to do it again, one way or another. Kicking and screaming and not quietly going into the night are both of these teams.
Well, I think I can only attest this season's storyline, perhaps, to a single thing.
What's that?
This is a season of an anime. These are the rivals that crossed each other immediately in the beginning of the show and have now been training separately through whatever tournaments and gauntlets that they've had, and they're now standing against each other to see who can win to be whatever the MacGuffin is. And you have the number 1 and number 2 seed. The only team that beat Defiance is Brescia, and Defiance is the only team that beat Brescia.
Like, yeah, like it has been wild thus far. Like, individual games given up by both of the squads outside of that, right? But wait, no, yeah, excuse me. Brescia did not drop even a single game outside of that. Defiance only dropped a single game to UNA Gold. Yes, like that is about as crazy as it gets here, folks. 60 seconds into this one, no scores on boards quite yet, not for lack of trying, as Pelly tries to get over to the right corner. Jub back on your screens again for a reason. Offensive shooter right here, as they're going to be happy that one was a little bit wide right.
Kicked, has control, has time, needs to win one more, but that 50 going against him. IQ Fear, he's been dangerous in that right corner, but it's dangerous against his own team, as Bishamam having to be so aggressive there. Pick up 100. No, the 100 doesn't spawn, so it's now all up to his team. And backward pass looking for a near post play here, but a big 50 dissuades all of it. Pelly caught off guard here, the ball bouncing back down, looking for the demo. I like the redirect attempt, but again, it's so far out with the defender waiting for it. It's just a pressure play instead of an actual shot.
Hi, time up. Oh, sorry, I tried to mute. Sorry, I tried to mute.
Well, it's we kind of set at a point where both teams are kind of like at the pre-point of sneezing, where both of them are inhaling sharply. You don't know who's going to make that loud, exciting noise first.
Yes, too excited here for Rocket League. Rocket League makes me sneeze. You know, some people it's bright lights, some people it's pepper. Great high-level Rocket League always triggers the nose. There's Defiance. There you go. So the sneeze was kind of like it was like my old man knee, right? Like how if people say like, oh, I can tell it's about to rain because my knee's acting up. I can tell when goals are about to be scored here, Foof, because my nose starts to tickle when I sneeze.
Dare I say, I think that's Bishamam's first goal of the series, so if you ever sneeze again, we know it's coming.
Ah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, Bishamam has generally been playing that kind of, not like support position, but more the defensive role. Kicked mostly, offensive stance. IQ for you, always playing that middle role and setting up these big defensive clears as well as the passes and offensive points.
Well, offensive points being only one in this game so far. Game 4 hanging in the balance, just past the midway point. Defiance. Jumping up, double commit here, double the commit, double the power, possibly. Double the goals if he can find some pressure here. Jub. Double the name, perhaps, as he pushes it all the way down the pitch. It's going to bounce off the backboard here. He's got control, but no double of the touch. Pass board play, pushing all the way back to dangerous position as the third man, but he wins the ball and keeps the pressure on for Brescia.
2 minutes left as Defiance still waiting in the wings to try and get this one out. A demo on their way is not a bad way to start. Oh, no, excuse me. That was a Defiance member that I believe they got the demo right there. 1 minute, 50 seconds left. Defiance, I can't imagine this is a squad that is going to go for it and then play out the time, right? Like, they only have the one. They don't have the insurance goal quite yet, but that should have been the second.
That had a chance with a double tap with no boost. Now it's going to be the equalizer going corner. Jump, can't find it. He never misses those, but this time is the one that finds a way. Jump, kicking himself, and they need to have an answer. 90 seconds just about left in this game, and still only a 1-goal deficit, very much overcomable. As Defiance trying to find extender. A demo opening the door here, but Kick just playing so far back, wanting to respect his opponent, even when they had the man advantage.
Yeah, I mean, this should be like a 3-2 game right now. Advantage.
That's
Defiance, yes, it is, and there's the insurance. They have purchased the policy. They have looked at the premium, and they like the numbers. 2-score advantage now for Defiance College.
cashing in kick, technically getting an assist on that one, but it's all Bishamam seeing the open net, taking the long shot. A nice long lazy fly into the midfield, into the net, and it's a 2-0 scoreline for Defiance.
60 seconds left right here. We'll see Brusha just pour it all the offense, and that's exactly what they needed. KY Cats, Jeffrey right here, bringing it back from the brink. Two-score deficit now shrank to 1, and that is so doable right now.
This is why your 2 plays aggressive on the touches. That's a beautiful read. That's a better shot. The dominance is so difficult to defend against. Cutting into the lead. Punch, counter punch immediately, but Defiant still up by 1.
55 seconds left right here. Trying to bring this one out. There's Brusha. The shot over, and what? My goodness, Pelly? I am. There's a question mark there, and I'm throwing an exclamation point on the end. Pelly? Wow. Okay.
I'm just surprised Kick couldn't get there, but again, not running the pads back means it's all momentum-based and not having that supersonic to catch up to it. It felt like a goal that could have been saved, but not running the pads means open the door, and Pelly taking full advantage of it. Defiance now tied once again, looking for a touch here, but he can't get it to fall.
Defiance once again giving up a 2-score lead right here. The past 60 seconds or so. Back out the right side. They can spend all of this time in offense. They don't make anything in. They're going to go to an overtime type situation again that they have already proved that they can lose. Shot over left side. This is more like both teams are happy to go to OT, it seems like, or at least Brusha is.
I want Brescia to stop throwing the ball down the field.
Yeah.
They found themselves in a couple of very solid counterattack opportunities. Camera, please pan sooner so I know there's a third there. My heart. But it's been a couple of golden opportunities where they can have counterattacks, but they end up seeing open net and they throw it from their side, giving the third chances to make an easy save.
4 games, 4 overtimes. Crazy stuff.
Oh, Jub. That is the cooking that I want to see. Unable to, put the cake actually into the oven there. But that's the recipe for success. High into the sky, passing across the midfield, keeping it where Defiance is uncomfortable. Double commit on the backboard here. As now Brescia pushing forward. Soft touch midfield. A demo could open up a door. That's a double commit on the defensive side, but no real control in the midfield means the ball won't go towards the net. Jeffrey pushing it towards that touch, but not a lot falling here. Another demo, but this time it's Defiance getting one to try and quell some of that pressure.
Well, that was almost a score for Brusha, 1v3 situation, even after a demo as well, which would have been some of the most, some of the most impressive Rocket League on the day thus far. Kicked, left side, bringing it out, down to the bottom, and he can't connect with the teammate.
What a save!
Oh my god!
That was a cell and a half from the last man from Brescia. I don't know who it was in that octane, but if they do not do anything there, they can't stop the pass. They cannot defend against a shot off of the pass, so they had to 50 it all, risk it in front of the net, and they do so perfectly. Still tied 2-2.
Yeah, we've only played 3 games of Rocket League, but at this point it might seem closer to like 5 because... Or excuse me, this is the 4th game. We only played 4, but it might seem closer to like 6 or something like that, because we were literally looking at like 6 minutes of extra Rocket League time, and that was an awesome opportunity. But again, I mean, the defenses here are just showing up.
No, but talk about, why this feels like it's happened so much longer. This is the part in the fight where they're moving so fast, like the show itself slows down. We're having so many filler episodes of the fight itself to go through as IQ for you, able to give his team an advantage in the game, back in the series, and put them at championship point.
Nicely done. Nicely done. That is Defiance right here. We have not seen more than 5 scores. Do my eyes deceive me? This is so consistent, right? We've seen 3 scores or 5 scores. 3 scores, 5 scores. 3 scores, 5 scores. That's it. That is entirely it. We saw literally 0-1 game last time. We saw an 8-score game last time, right? In the previous series, GFU and New Mexico State University here, Foof. This is Brusha, this is Defiance. Last time I felt dirty making an in-game prediction, right? And now, I feel like I'm in the exact same situation. On paper, Defiance should take this 4th one, it should be 4-1. But the way the Brusha is going, and the fact that this has gone down to overtime literally every single game so far, it's an entire crapshoot.
Well, there is a reason why these teams are number 1 and number 2. And I feel like we're at a spot where Brescia has put themselves at an underdog position, and being the underdog can be invaluable when you have a chip on your shoulder. They have not had the chance to be the underdog since the second game of week 1 when they lost, and their entire series and season record were 0-2 and then reverse swept. So maybe they were playing for the underdog buff, perhaps? But no, it's really been hats off towards this Defiant team as they have found a way to hone in on mistakes that were made, enforce errors to happen with aggressive rotation, boost steals, and bumps, and then show up on the defensive side and keep it in front of them.
Yeah, and that's what it really is all about. Just keeping those balls simply, right in front of you and always nailing it down towards more passes and teammates and stuff. It's a team-based game right here. There can be impressive individual performances on the day, but it's going to be a team-based game. Coordination will win supreme. Defiance 3-1. They take this game. That is it. The Navigation Appalachian Division.
All resting at midfield once again. Defiance and company 1 game away from being crowned NECC champions. The ball waiting in midfield. Another 50 is kicked. Looking for his teammate here in the corner. Let's touch following through here. Pass attempt here coming from Brescia. He's got the boost, but he does not have the ball kicked. Only 19 in the tank. Dangerous position to be. That opens the door for the shot, but it won't be on. The post remains undefeated in this series.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. The fourth player on both of these teams thus far. 40 seconds to go. No scores on boards quite yet. And as we just saw, it is not for lack of trying. Defiance beating feet to get on back. I think they kind of read that Brescia's going to be able to hold position. Pelly coming across the top right here, trying to get this one done. That's an open net situation. Roller to the bottom right, and it's up and in. That was almost bad as IQ for you puts up their first of the series.
Of
the game?
Big.
No, IQ for you. I don't think that.
No, they scored.
Okay.
They scored in game 1, I believe, too. It was a pretty showing, but a great job there. A little bit of hot dogging to get the little flick towards it as well in the end, but a minute and 1 second off, feeling confident, up 2 games, up 1 goal, where you want to be if you are Defiance.
15 seconds after kickoff right here. Q for you. Player that got the first score in right now, trying to bring this one out for Defiance, and does. Left side, pop play, hit over to the middle. A hit right there, but yeah, the Cats, KY Cats, Jeffrey, is reading this one out perfectly defensively. Now trying to take the redirect, but did not see. Kicked over the top. Kick usually comes from down below.
Oh, opportunity arise once again, and I will say it, you'll always hear me talking about opportunities, and because these players won't realize it until after the fact. The players that realize it in the moment, in the time, that they are in a position, they are in a chance, they are in a moment to make magic happen, to make or break a series, to make or break a championship, perhaps. And all that matters is what's happening on this field. All these cars flying around, these players making split-second decisions. A demo opening up, a bump opening well. That's going to be such a big play.
What?
Kicked, cashing in on the Herculean effort. That is IQ for you, clearing the line.
Yeah, so that was jub, they got taken out, and then just a really, really quick snap too, right? These goals have seemed like they're a lot more like calculated, like they're all the result of like offensive, pushes and tries and passes and shots and blocked away and defenses and everything else like that. That right there was just kicked, cutting this angle perfectly.
Beautiful play, beautiful positioning, beautiful lead if you're a Defiance fan only. Another one being put on the board is IQ for you. That's not an alley-oop, that's not a self-oop dump, but it's just about as it can be. Putting it up, knocking it down.
IQ for you, really showing up here in game number 5, possibly our last one. Defiance takes it, and up by 3 at halftime. Now, as I always say, Foof, whatever the score is at halftime, then at least Rocket League, it can be undone on the other side. This will, of course, be requiring of a Brescia run of 3 scores, and that's just to put it to overtime. And I shouldn't say like just put it to overtime because, again, first 4 of these games have gone to that OT situation.
OT sitting perhaps in the wing waiting for its golden moment in the sun. Maybe it's time as the moon being set on this series, on this season, on this championship appearance for Brescia. They need something, they need it now, down 3, and have to start building.
This is just going to be about takeaways at this point. We just saw members getting involved. Was that an own goal? I think that might have been a technical own goal. Jub putting this one over, and this has just got a lot easier for Brusha, actually.
Well, Jub no collects.
There. Oh, no, excuse me. Yeah, it was Pele coming flying in at this one regardless. Yeah, exactly. So technically hits the defender into ball regardless, not an actual own goal. Brusha going to be earning 1, and we're not going to see a sweep, or not, excuse me, not sweep. We're not going to see a sweep. We're also not going to see a shutout
We can't see a sweep.
Yes, exactly.
Well, here's my question. Do you think Jub called bank?
Probably, like, communications, right?
Hope so. But right now, 90 seconds left on the clock. A pair to be found. That's a beautiful pass. This could be a better angle. Is that one just a hair's breadth away from being an NECC caliber for play of the week? Jub in control. The 1v1 play. He's going to push it up back into the corner. All up to Pele. He's now falling back. Referee, beautiful self-touch, understands he doesn't need to bang it off. They need to control possession here. They need to find more offensive plays. But not all 3 players in the same side. A double pin on the defensive side should help them regain on the defensive front. Pass, IQ for you, bumping, opening the door. They've been so successful with these bump plays against them. They have to try and start doing them on their own. Bishamam is ending up steaming it for the big clear pass midfield. Jub just needs to find perhaps 1 or 2 more in his bag of tricks.
Yeah, so 45 seconds into this one, Defiance up 3-1 in the series, Defiance up 3-1 in the game. 20 seconds per score just to tie it up here for Brusha. They have done immensely impressive things thus far, but they now have to pretty much rip the top off the can and pour it all into offense, is what I was trying to say. 20 to 30 seconds left, KY Cats. A little bit of a run, double commit right here, and that's actually a decent angle. Not going to be inside, though, as Defiance still going on. Shot over, nice block, but Brusha needs to get in the offensive stance right now.
Saves tarnish when you don't have a lead. The Savior medal does not matter as Kick continues to bury it forward. Defiance standing in defiance. 2-1. 2 is better than 1 as the number 2 seed stands with a 4-1 in the game. Possibly going to be a 4-1 in the series.
Yeah, that's going to be 3 seconds. Can't score thrice in that time here, folks. We have your winners, we have your victors, we have your number 2 seed proven in the grand finals of the Navigators Appalachian Defiant. Oh my goodness. Defiance College is your winners right here, folks, at a 4-1 scoreline overall. Love to see it. Love to see it.
Love to see it if you are a Defiance fan.
That's a good point,
and you know what? Think about it. I hate to call it. It's an anime. It's scripted. It's whatever. The team lost in week 1. Tugboat. They lost in week 1 and then lost to no one else and then came to the playoffs and were able to dethrone the person that beat them all the way back in the beginning.
Yeah. You can't write it better than that. You know, I have the script right here, and even that is not as impressive. They went off script this time, guys. 4-1 here on this, and just a simple fact that we have gotten 6 total overtime games between the first series and this series, the first 4 games of this series. Now, this one very could have easily ended at a 3-1 scoreline as well. Brusha just kind of realized that they needed to get in the offensive stance. Like that last 12 seconds, like, well, I either he's going to miss this and then I'll take it and then maybe score, or he's going to hit it and we're still in the same situation. We're still, you know, at that point, just, again, not enough sand in the hourglass here, people, not enough time.
Running out of that resource. But most importantly, Tugboat, we have 3 championships done, on this stream. Another waiting in the wings. I'm Foof. That was Tugboat. Stay right where you are. We'll be back in a short bit after this.
Well, hello and welcome to Collegiate Rocket League here on NECC. We got some of the best to see here for College Rocket League. I am your host, Captain Ahsoka, joined on the desk by none other than Chef Billy. Chef Billy, we are getting ready to see the Champions Finals.
We are, and talking about what we were thinking about earlier, Columbia College, probably one of the better teams here. Doing very well in CRL right now. NAU trying to play spoiler right now, and that's kind of the issue that I'm having right now. Are we going to see like Columbia College as they are, or maybe a little bit diminished because of all the extra competition going on right now? Northern Arizona University trying to come out here and play underdogs, and we'll see. I don't think this is going to be a 4-0 split by any means, so we'll see what they are able to bring out of the gate here. But Captain, I'm looking and I'm thinking, do we have the possibility of a 7-game set here?
I think it's definitely in the cards. You know, this is a team that they've played, like, this is not a mirror matchup by any means, but these two teams have played against each other before. NAU Gold definitely knows what Columbia College can bring to the table, and vice versa. This is, again, going to be a matchup that we have seen in the past, and this is going to be the lineup of these two teams, starting first with Columbia College. It's Cryptic, Cam, and JD.
Yeah, JD has been kind of the surprise here for Columbia College because they are absolutely willing to go in transition and get the ball down the field and try to find another teammate in transition. So that's what I'm looking for from them. So you know what? Cryptic and Cam, they're going to have their work cut out for them up against from NAU Gold. So we can take a look at them. Caden right now is who I'm looking for to make the most impact here for NAU Gold. They are a star player. They are a playmaker. And Castillon and Cages would be, what I'm looking for to be the back line right now and, kind of denying the playmaking potential of Columbia College. So we can take a look and see what's going to happen actually in the game. But I don't have any predictions here. I've only had a few casts here in the NECC for Rocket League. I've done quite a few of collegiate competitions. I haven't had a chance to go with the CRL looking so far, but I tell you what, Columbia College definitely have an up on NAU Gold, but today has been the day of the underdogs. I've casted quite a few competitions today, and it seems like the underdogs have come out on top 9 times out of 10 today for me, and I'm definitely experiencing some kind of deja vu here because I think that NAU might actually come out with the win here.
All right, well, I will match your NAU Gold and meet you with Columbia College just because every time I go with my heart, it's more often than not with the underdog. And, much like my cholesterol, my heart is always just in the wrong place. So I gotta go with my head on this one and think analytically, and that's got to be with Columbia College. I've seen them too many times. They are a namesake when it comes to Rocket League in the college scene, and they absolutely just dominate their respective division. Here in the NECC is no different. They managed to come out on top yet again, and yet again, they find themselves in the finals. So with that being said, we should have ourselves still one doozy of a matchup as we get ready to head into our Champions Division Finals between NAU Gold and Columbia College.
Well, the play should be stellar here, Captain, and I think that, it's all going to come down to rotations. It's going to come down to who is actually willing to press the advantage and put that third man into a offensive position. Rotations have been the hallmark of good teams here. And, what I've been really looking at across the competitions that I've been in is that when you see the third man be able to insert themselves into an offensive push and be able to enable their front and second man into scoring opportunities, this is where I think the rubber meets the road. So, boost management, boost capabilities aside, it's really going to come down to who has the better rotations, who has the better understanding, and being able to look at the game from a macro level and see who can get behind their opposition and really press their advantage forward.
Now, you see, I'm thinking at least, going into this matchup, there's going to be a lot of pacing here. That's where I think there's going to be a huge difference being made. Columbia College is a very speedy team. They like being aggressive, and they love to challenge that midfield line, and they're passing, my word, oh so quick off the draw, and every now and again, they do like to throw in a changeup, and you never know when it's coming. So when they slow the play down, it really does throw a wrench into the defensive positioning that you could try and implement through defensive rotation, but Columbia College loves to play that aggressive play style. With that being said, they never give up on a play either. Anytime that they go for any type of offensive strike, you best believe when they lose possession of the ball, they're immediately going to go for a demo. So the defenders from NAU Gold are going to have to watch themselves within their own net and make sure they're not spending too much time in an idle position, or they're going to be completely demolished.
So what you're saying is right now, tempo game might be the actual multiplier here for both these squads. What if NAU comes out with a slower composition? What if they want to slow the tempo down immediately out the gate, try to get some 1 and 2 touch passes, maybe switch fields with some of their possession, and make sure that they're monitoring and maintaining midfield mega boosts. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at who has, the better chess strategy, because you always have to look one step ahead. And, Columbia College's record stands to bear here. So we'll see what happens out the gate. Columbia College in the blue, NAU Gold in the orange. Bang it gong, get it on, we're out the gate.
Yep, that we are. Without further ado, let's get game number 1 underway. And you can see Columbia College, Cam, going to be taking control here out in their own corner as this pinch does go all the way back across to Cryptic, who now will send this one up high. KJ doesn't connect. Cryptic taking control back towards the mid, but finds Refined Lemur. And they are going to get their first shot and the first goal of the finals here in game 1.
Well, they absolutely closed in on top of the little pinch off the backboard there. Perfect setup for Refined Lemur, and that's what you want to see from the underdogs here out the gate. Early strike, 26 seconds off the clock, 1-0 lead.
Yep, and now here comes Cam going to work. You've got to watch Cam. Cam has a lot of finesse with that Fennec, and they can put it to work. As you can see, Cryptic now trying to go insane in the Octane, but does get blocked and gets denied as this one's going to go up high. Cam can't get to it. Could be a second goal, but it will be saved.
Well, a little bit of boost starve there in the corner. Make sure that they capture that corner mega boost and really denying any kind of resources for the defense here. Beautiful little touch there in front. That's a great defensive stand. And oh my God, on the goal line, it gets in. Yep, that's a goal.
I mean, eventually, yeah, that is a goal. It took a while to get there. JD with a nice redirect tries to put it in the upper 90, and somehow the defense from NAU managed to keep it out, but not for long. That's going to be the first goal of game number 1 for Columbia College.
I mean, Captain, let's look at these double commits coming out from NAU on the goal line. That might be a tenor and a story point here for us going through this series.
Well, now you can see JD operating off their own backboard. A nice little pump fake there in the air to get the ball past the midfield line. And now Cam going to take a turn. 50's out. Back towards the side. Cryptic trying to pass it towards the mid, but it will be Columbia College on the rotation heading back towards that midfield line as JD now has another opportunity.
I mean, look at the double commits coming off the back wall. We've seen a couple of double commits so far. What is the intention from NAU Gold right now? It feels like they're kind of reactionary versus proactive work going in. A nice save coming in there from Lemur. I want to see a little bit more intention behind their passes and their transition moves.
Now you see, there's a little bit of method to the madness of double commits, but sometimes you only need one. Cryptic is able to take this one from goal to goal off the pass from JD to get the read off the backboard to drop that one down and in. Now Columbia College will take the lead over NAU.
Beautiful work, putting the ball in front of goal, and good things always happen when you throw the ball in front of net. So KJ and company need to turn up the pressure right now. Make sure that they're maintaining that kind of equilibrium between midfield boost and aggression. That's what I'm looking at right now. Captain, they're kind of being starved out, and they need to be aware of the resources available to them.
Yeah, when another thing is they're going to try and have to implement a little bit more physical play. I say it all the time. You know me. I'm going to continue to say it. We need to see more of the bump plays and demos because the best way to get Columbia College out of their own net is to force them out. Right now, Cam, once again, trying to lead the way for the offense here for Columbia College, but NAU Gold holding on a little bit better this time around.
Well, I mean, my entire career has been built off of physicality and tempo control. And looking at what we're seeing right now, the tempo right now is completely in Columbia College's manner. I think that the physicality needs to come out first. NAU Gold needs to stop being kind of weary of going into these challenges, these 50s, especially aerially, and getting into them and just making them say, you know what, this might not be the best path for me to go.
Now, you see what I like to call that? I like to call that well-mannered Rocket League. It's like, oh, I've had my turn with the ball. Here, now it's your turn. You're gratefully sharing the ball. And Columbia College nearly getting another goal, but NAU somehow, some way get the save and clear it away.
Well, now it's all about the aerial battle right now. It's the battle over Andor right now and trying to decide who is going to take the aerial position and get the proper positioning to take them out of position. So, I mean, NAU Gold right now, they're kind of fighting a losing battle. The midfield boost completely being starved out by Columbia College. I say that as we look at a little bit of midfield battle here, a little bit of the give and go. And yeah, less than 60 seconds here. We're looking at, one goal game, one quick strike from NAU Gold like this could be the decider.
Oh, absolutely. Got 40 seconds left to go. Still plenty of time. And somehow JD gets one save. And now up comes Columbia College to come down with two back-to-back epic saves, somehow, some way clearing it away.
Well, I mean, they're throwing everything but the kitchen sink at the goal right now. And, a little bit of physicality in front of the gate might be the choice for them. Instead of, going for these beautiful, spectacular shots, getting a little bit of traffic in front of the netminder might be the way to go for them. 10 seconds left in the game.
Well, here we go. A last-ditch effort coming from KJ does get denied as this one does go over towards the side. And now Cryptic with a clear off the back wall. And JD is going to put it in the dirt to make it hurt for NAU as they will take game number one.
I mean, one goal difference. So we're seeing a bit of differing styles right now. Uber aggressive coming out of Columbia College right now. You're kind of doing the waiting game for NAU Gold right now. I think they need to up the aggression. I think they need to go into these aerial 50s with a lot more venom because they're kind of going up there and saying, yeah, I'm up here. But yeah, no, it's not working. The aerial challenges right now for Columbia College are going mainly in their favor. 7 out of 10 aerial challenges were won by Columbia College. So if you're going to go up, at least get some contact. That's the big thing for me right now. Make sure that they are getting, the contact and pressuring Columbia College out of the optimal position that they're trying to go for.
Well, let's see if they can take better possession and make better contact here in game number 2 because we are officially underway. And already we've seen one demo in front of the net of Columbia College. And now the follow-up shot will be denied and off the crossbar. JD now taking control here at the midfield. Does get past one, gets past two, but can't find the third. And now the counterattack is underway for NAU.
Well, I mean, that's a great opening salvo coming out of NAU. And, back on the back foot. Great little dump there. And, the pinch coming off of the NAU Gold defender there. Really tried to set up some kind of offensive push. Let's see what they got coming out the gate here. They're looking for a little bit of a rotation to get behind Columbia College's third man. But, I mean, the pressure coming in right now. Demo on the goal line. No joy there for them.
Yeah, I'm now looking at Caden having to dodge a demo of their own. Again, a lot of cheeky physical plays coming out now, and I am all here for it. As you can see, the ball does find its way back into NAU territory, but that clear definitely makes short work of the Columbia offense as now Cam takes control, looks for JD, finds the pass, but not enough on it. That's going to get cleared out.
Well, I mean, looking at the aerial play right now, I mean, Columbia College definitely has the control of the skies, but I mean, NAU Gold is looking for the ground attack, and they're not taking no for an answer.
They certainly are not, but still, neither team has found the back of the net or found the answer just yet, as that shot does go by the wayside, and we are still tied at 0-0, nearly 2 minutes gone.
Well, it's all about the aerial battle right now. Still, Columbia College has a massive superiority in the air right now. I think this is where the physicality that you and I have both been asking for should come out right now. NAU just needs to get off the ground, get up in the sky, and really give Columbia College pause for consideration. But Cryptic in the air once again, all aerial plays right here.
Oh, absolutely. Cryptic lining that shot up perfectly from the sidewall to the backboard and right on into the back of the net off of the assist from JD. JD, don't think I didn't see you, because I did. I know the work you put in. That's going to be a 1-goal lead to Columbia College, starting things off here in Game 2.
Well, we will see a little bit more aerial presence coming out from NAU Gold, and they just have not provided that as of yet. They're trying to stick to their game plan and rule the ground. Well, they allowed Columbia College, but shot goes in, saved by the woodwork.
Oh, yeah, that's the best defender in Rocket League. The three best defenders, actually, both the sidebars and the crossbar. As now you can see KJ tries to put this one down, and in the corner is once again NAU Gold are going to have to fight to get out of their own half. And meanwhile, Cam is just bullying the goalkeeper, getting yet another demolition on the board, which is why I make the point again, we just have to start keeping track of demos. We need the stat count to see how many demolitions are going down on the board, because right now Columbia College is definitely leading that.
A little bit of touch to be left desired there on the high ground, and once again, it's the aerial battle right now. Aerial supremacy is in Columbia College's manner. They're controlling the midfield boost, they're controlling the aerial aspect of this game. So, I mean, NAU Gold, 140 on the clock now. Still really no beneficial or complimentary shots on Gold. Big demo in front. That should be a goal.
Oh, it should, and it is. There we go. Now we're taking the gloves off, and we're getting a little mean here. Look at the demo and the follow-up bump to put that one wide open. What a play coming from NAU Gold, and now they're giving Columbia College a taste of their own medicine.
Room to pause now for Columbia Gold, because the ground battle is starting to work in NAU Gold's favor. Now, how can you address the aerial supremacy that Columbia College has been working on you? Well, if you take somebody before they can get into the play with a beneficial bump, maybe an exploratory bump, it might work in your favor. So 1:05 on the clock here, tied up. Let's see what NAU Gold has out to give.
Well, you can see Cryptic trying to give yet another goal to Columbia College, looking for that flip reset, but does get denied. Now Cam back out to the side, finds Cryptic again, but the corner play coming out from NAU Gold, working out so far. The ball finds its way back over towards mid. JD now gets the touch, goes for the follow-up, and gets 100 boost
nice
while
touch
in the process. But the defense from NAU Gold starts to fall, and finally the goal will fall for Columbia College, as now they have two.
That was the touch that I was actually commenting on between your play-by-play, is that there was a sneaky little touch coming in, and it goes off the near post backboard and sets up the goal perfectly. 34 seconds left, 1-goal lead to Columbia College.
If they're not careful, it might be two. That flip reset was there. I saw it as soon as it landed. Cam is so dangerous on that flip reset. You have got to watch out. It can either be a full send flip reset, or it could even be a fake. But with only 17 seconds left to go, NAU Gold is going to have to commit now to try and find the equalizer.
Well, I mean, they're already down 1-0 here in our series. This has got to be a last-second goal here coming from NAU Gold. Beautiful little work in the corner there. But what do we have coming out from it?
Well, it's going to be close here. I mean, 0 seconds to go, and finally the ball does hit the ground, and another win will go the way of Columbia College.
Well, I mean, it was all about aerial supremacy once again, Captain. So that's the real question that I'm asking for right now is what kind of aerial defense do you have against the high flyers of Columbia College? Problem is that they're not really aggressing when they start to go up in the air. So, they're getting pretty much an unhindered effect going into the air, and they're looking for their teammates, they're looking for the rebounds, they're looking for the carom off the backboard, and they're just not getting it. So, right now, get the aerial supremacy battle 50-50. Get up there, get a demo, get a huge bump when you're trying to set up these plays that will turn NAU's Gold's fortunes in their favor.
Well, let's see if they can turn things around. We're heading into game number 3. Columbia College up 2-0 in the series. And Refine Lemur trying to start things off. Caden looking to get the follow-up. Does get denied as the ball finds its way back to Cryptic. Cryptic now with an opportunity. Goes for the flip reset. Went for the fake and got denied by NAU.
Well, they still are kind of yielding position in the aerial battles, Captain. So until they start making the aerial battle a 50-50 affair, Columbia College are going to be able to advance the ball as well as they can. But there is a early demo that I was not expecting out of NAU Gold. So it stops the aggression, it stops the push coming forward. But really, I mean, that's a great save coming out from NAU Gold. That was goal bound. Now it's all about how do you kind of turn this in transition to your own favor.
Well, only one way to find out, and that's to keep on keeping on as we have passed 1 minute of play and still scoreless here, 0-0. As a friend of mine, Kendo Slice, would say, 2 goose eggs sitting on the scoreboard. And now the ball finds its way back into Columbia territory. Caden now with a great 50-50 is able to find KJ out in the mid, and NAU Gold will score first here in Game 3.
It was the aerial battle once again, getting up in front of their face and then being able to put the ball down on the turf. So the pitch playing into NAU Gold's favor there. So physicality wins out again. Nani, there's a second goal.
Oh, I love that just now. Right in the middle of it. Nani! I loved it. But yeah, I mean, what just happened right off the kickoff, right off the rip, and KJ with a little bit of flair on the end of that one is able to get the second goal in no time at all. Now NAU have a 2-0 advantage over Columbia.
All right, so Kendo lives about 180 miles from me, and he and I are very good friends as we both live in Missouri. And he is one of my besties as far as Rocket League casting goes on. But seriously, the immediate presence here to stop the aerial attack from Columbia College is what NAU right now is really driving on. And you can see right now, Columbia College now trying to go to the ground attack. And this is playing exactly into NAU Gold's favor.
Yep, that it is, and now NAU Gold is going to keep up the momentum as they will find yet their third goal here in Game 3 and look to take their first dub in the series over Columbia College, but still plenty of time left to go. Just over 3 minutes for Columbia College to try and get their first goal of the game.
Oh, but the fact that they have kind of silenced the aerial attack from Columbia College is the reason that Columbia College is trying to go with this ground attack, and they will not win against this NAU Gold team on the ground. So they need to reestablish their aerial supremacy. They need to be able to establish the midfield presence they have had all series long. NAU Gold have found that if they get up there and they challenge in the 50s in the aerial possession, they're going to probably win out at least half of the time now.
All right, 2 minutes and 30. We are officially at halftime, and you can see Refine Lim are now going to win that 50. Taking this out to the corner, gets the follow-up, but it does get broken up. And now NAU Gold trying to lead the way to find yet their fourth goal here, but Cam is able to break up that pass in the midfield. Another 50 out of the corner, and Cam is able to get this back to the midfield, and finally, Columbia College get out of their own half.
Yeah, but it was still a contested 50, but JD finally gets Columbia College's goose egg off the board. What a touch there from Cryptic.
I was so confused for a moment because I saw 2 orange cars go up. I'm thinking, how does this one go in? And then we saw from the replay, JD coming out of nowhere to get the read off the pass from out of the corner to get the first goal for Columbia. Now with just 2 minutes to go, Columbia College is down 2 goals.
Oh, what a touch there from Refine Lemur. Almost set up JD for a goal, but we're looking at aerial domination being cut off here from NEU Gold. That's the big difference between games 1 and 2. And we'll see if they can actually keep this pressure up. Shot from JD. JD scores.
Rookie of the year. I mean, they're by no means a rookie, but, they're in the freshman class respectively at their university. Gotta give it to them. Coming in, the young blood from Columbia College, able to get 2 goals back-to-back here in Game 3, and now Columbia College are within striking distance of equalizing from a 3-goal deficit.
96 seconds, 1-goal lead. NEU Gold filling their oats, but actually on the back foot right now because they have not been able to silence the ground attack now from Columbia College. Nice little pinch there in the corner. Sets up a cross-mouth goal opportunity there. And yeah, there we see it. Big booming clear onto the other side. 75 seconds left. And NEU Gold are going into maintenance mode now.
Well, here we go, JD. Once again, trying to get the offense started with a cheeky touch. As you can see, NAU Gold now going to return the favor, putting this one on target, but does get cleared out by Cam. Cryptic now up top, gets to the touch first, back down to Cam, and Caden was able to read that play like a pop-out book.
Yep, and that's exactly what I was talking about earlier, is trying to at least give Columbia College pause in the air at SoCa. So this is what I was talking about. Just stop the aerial dominance from Columbia College, and they fold like a book of cards.
Well, still just 30 seconds remaining and a huge demo.
What a save!
But NAU Gold comes through to get the save and clear that one away. That's just about as close as you're going to get here in the finals, as now the last-ditch effort only has about 10 seconds left to go.
I mean, lots of demolitions, lots of traffic in front of the net. You're looking for that garbage goal. You're looking for something to come out from this. 2 seconds left, and 0-second drill coming in for Columbia College.
Yep, and 0 seconds gone. It is NAU Gold to get the dub here in game number 3. And this is what we have been looking to see. Finally, NAU Gold show up in a major way, and they are able to throw a punch back at Columbia College by taking that 3-0 lead. That's one thing. Being able to hold it, that's something entirely different. They did give up 2 goals, but at the end of the day, they still managed to hold on to that 1-goal lead and ride that to a victory. And now they are on the board 2-1 against Columbia.
It's all about taking the aerial threat away from Columbia College. They got up in the air. The aerial 50s were completely split there. It was 17-6 in favor of NAU. So Columbia College actually getting battled out of the air. That's the big difference between games 2 and 3, or 1 and 2, and game 3. So now, can North Arizona continue to assert their dominance in the air? That's what the real question is going to be here.
All right, well, here we are. Game number 4 now. 2-1 in the series in the favor of Columbia, and we are well and underway. Cryptic going to be starting things off here, taking this one out and towards the corner, leaving that one go down as Refined Lemur, now putting this one back into Columbia territory, and off the sidewall it goes to be redirected by Caden, and now back into NAU territory. The shot goes wide, and Columbia College bringing the aggression a little early here in game 4.
Well, once again, it was the aerial challenge that kind of set up that whole entire sequence. They were not willing to let Columbia College get the early touch up high, and it turns into a really risky shot on goal. And here we go, off the aerial pass, looking for a teammate. Big recontest here coming out of Columbia College.
And nearly a goal there, but KJ was able to come through with the support. And now the ball finds its way back into Columbia College territory. JD, once again, is able to flick this one off of the back wall. Does get challenged by NAU. The ball now finds its way back towards Refined Lemur and towards the midfield, but a double tactical whiff is going to leave this one wide as Columbia College finally gets out of their own side. But hold on! NAU is able to answer back, and what is this? What are these back-to-back boomer balls I'm seeing here?
No, I mean, it's exciting me in the most wonderful way right now because the pitches coming off of these challenges are goal-bound. And this really tells me that they have an eye for goal right now. A minute and a half off the clock here in game number 4. NAU Gold have shown a level of supremacy here in the skies that I don't think that Columbia College were expecting.
Now, Refine Lemur trying to keep that supremacy going as they take to the lead yet again. Refine Lemur out into the corner, puts this one down to JD. JD to Cryptic, takes the shot, but that's an easy save for NAU.
I don't know if it was an easy save. It was a kind of a floating back behind the run of play save. Nice little touch here from Cryptic off the backboard. Looking for JD on the other end. Doesn't get the joy out of that.
Well, let me reiterate. That was an easy save for NAU. For me, that was insane. I wouldn't be able to do that in a million years. But regardless, NAU, they can do that in their sleep. As you can see now, Cam Bam, thank you, ma'am. Trying to drop this one down low, but the NAU Gold defense is absolutely suffocating Columbia College right now.
I mean, they're controlling the offensive third right now. A little bit of both coming out from Columbia College, looking for a double tap off the back. Nice little save. Little tap down. Looks for the shot, and they don't get any joy out of that little bit of attention there. But Columbia College looking for the aerial game once again.
Yeah, and one thing that I'm noticing, and of course throughout watching Rocket League and casting it, and watching a lot of this high competitive collegiate play, is that a lot of the aerial challenges, they start on the wall, and I've noticed that NAU Gold is definitely doing a lot more defense along the walls and along their own backboard as well. So I think their presence, really being able to stick to those walls and backboard, is actually boding well for their defense.
I mean, KJ right there shows us a perfect example of what you were talking about. Getting aerial, wasting a lot of boost, but making sure that their touch off the ball is not into a favorable position for Columbia College. So that's another little area, but what a touch on the back! JD scores from point blank range.
Yeah, that's what happens when you hit this curve right here. You hit the waterfall and it goes right down off the backboard. JD there and waiting to put that one in, and it will be Columbia College to find themselves on the board first here in Game 4.
79 seconds here left in game number 4. 1-0 lead to Columbia College, and they just did not have the answer. And yeah, there's the triple commit. They're starting to panic a little bit. I mean, if you look at the forward positioning of all of NAU Gold, they just did not have anybody back in reserve, no rotation back on the line. That's an easy goal for Columbia College. They're looking to put themselves on match point.
Yep, that they are. They do now have that 2-goal cushion, but hold on. The kickoff goal from NAU Gold does get saved. That was a fantastic opportunity, but just could not get the speed to get there in time, as we only have a minute left to go, and NAU Gold still trying to find themselves on the board.
Cam has been the fantastic third person here for Columbia College, saving goals and distributing so beautifully out of the back third. That's what we want to see from a third man. That's what we need to see from Columbia College to close this game out. Oh my God, almost goes in.
Almost, but not quite, as now with just over 30 seconds left to go, Columbia College still up 2-0, and now it's just all about playing a little bit of keep away and keeping the ball inside of NAU territory, as this one does go up high. Gets 50 back down and out towards the side. JD looks for the pass to Cam. Puts it out and towards the corner, but Cam is going to back off. They know they do not have to overextend. They just have to survive another 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, you know, area superiority be damned right now. They're just playing a very complicated game of keep away, and 0 seconds goal. It doesn't matter right now. This is a match point opportunity for Columbia College.
Yep, that it is. And I mean, now with 0 seconds over, I mean, that's about it. That's going to be game number 4, going the way of Columbia College. Columbia College now on match point to take the series over NAU Gold. If they can manage to win at least one more, they will be your Champions Division champions here at the NECC.
Physicality right now. That's what NAU Gold needs to bring to this next set, because they kind of got bullied off the ball 9 times out of 10 here in game number 4. So if we want to look to see anything different from Northern Arizona University, they've got to up the physicality. They've got to up the tempo too, because we're kind of playing a slow match right now. It's okay. We're playing, kind of like half speed, and we're not seeing what NAU Gold can actually bring to this table. So 3-1 lead here for Columbia College. Match point for all the marbles. And yeah, we're gonna have to see, them throw the book out the guide and just take this game on his side.
Well, let's see if they can get the job done, as already we are well and underway here in game number 5. Fun fact, this is actually my favorite map in all of Rocket League. Love Urban Central. Shout out to the OGs that remember. But this is it. This is where it all began, and this is where it all goes down. As already you can see NAU Gold trying to start things off quick here, as they are going to be on offense.
Well, I tell you what, I also have the same feelings about this, even though I absolutely suck at Rocket League. My 15-year-old absolutely bodies me every time that I play with him. But this is our favorite map as well. Just the urban setting, the blue-collar nature of this map brings forth some serious memories for me and my son. But you know what? 3-1 lead to Columbia College. They've kind of been bullied out of some challenges here. And what I'm looking for, NAU Gold, they need to step it up. They need to be getting more aggressive on the ball, making sure they control these midfield boosts. But Cryptic says, nay, we're taking the lead right now. What a cut in here from them.
Absolutely, and again, this is kind of alluding to the point that I made going into this one. It's just the pace, it's the speed coming out from Columbia College. Whenever they give up possession, they do not give up on the play. They immediately seek for the next advantage. More often than not, it's a demo, it's a bump, it could be a boost arc. Columbia College just all over the map at once with the aggression, with the speed, and now another bump opening the net, but NAU Gold manages to hold on.
Minute and a half left here in game number 5. And you know what? NAU Gold, their backs against the wall. I'm expecting a lot more physicality. I'm expecting the tempo increase coming from them. They just have to make sure that they're being mindful of the midfield mega boost and taking their chances at will.
Now it looks as though Columbia College is going to take a second chance here, as they already have a goal on the board. Not going to be able to get to that time around. JD now going to take control and slow things down, is able to get a flick over one and the 50 past 2, as the return volley does put this one back into the Columbia College half.
Well, I mean, we're looking at, a little bit of reactionary tactics here coming out of NAU Gold. They're reacting to the play happening rather than being proactive in the aerial challenges. Nice little carry coming in from Refined Labor. Shot on goal, doesn't go.
Now you see on that particular play right there for NAU, they had an opportunity to either demo or pass, but I think there was a little bit of a lack of communication. One player was there for a 2v1 advantage and was left out to dry. NAU Gold is going to have to talk it up a little bit more and throw some more method to this madness if they're going to want to try and find themselves on the board, but Columbia College is going to get yet another one, giving themselves a 2-0 lead.
Cryptic has been the man of the match so far, getting in there, kind of being the assassin as far as stealing the ball in opportune moments and looking for a teammate or scoring on goal themselves, as you saw right there.
And now with just 2 minutes left to go, NAU Gold has to find 2 goals. And not the hardest feat. We have seen it done plenty of times. NAU Gold still very much in this. If they could just come together as a team and find an opening, they very well could equalize against Columbia College, as now they will take yet another turn on offense.
I mean, double tap the opportunity off the backboard right there. JD looking for the opportunity. There it is once again. What a shot on the near post. Are you kidding me?
That was absolutely nutty reaction time coming out from JD. And not only that, but JD was in the middle of a rotation going back what looked to be as though they were trying to find their way back to the midfield. They snagged a corner boost and then immediately 180 to receive the pass. I really think they just communicated and they knew that their teammate was going to come down with the touch. Great play again coming from Columbia, as now they will be sitting very comfortably with a 3-0 lead with just a minute and 20 left.
I mean, 3-0, 122 left on the clock. And I mean, just that from JD tells me that they're not all about power. They're not all about positioning. They're also about the finesse. And I mean, goal opportunity in front and denied once again. They had 2 in front of the goal. What a save coming out from Columbia College.
Yeah, I don't even know how they got that one. They just corralled on the ball and refused to let it go, as now they have a 2v1 advantage. Out comes the bump and in goes the shot. That is another one for Columbia.
Well, GG's on the season for NEU Gold, but Columbia College have shown a different level of supremacy here. Just knowing when they can advance, when they can take a shot, when they can press their advantage, and they really have started to boom this NEU Guild team.
That they have, but still 45-ish seconds left to go. Could still at least try to make something happen, as again, Columbia College not letting up on the offense is going to keep NAU Gold confined to their own half, and so far confined to only 0 goals here. Still not being able to find their first in Game 5, and with just 30 seconds left to go, the light is beginning to fade for NAU.
I mean, they have put up a stellar defense. I mean, there you go. 1 goal to kind of salvage the wounds there out of their defensive stand there. But you know what? I mean, less than 30 seconds, 105 kilometers per hour. That equates to about 62 miles an hour for the shot there. But less than 30 seconds, 3 goals to bring back. Pretty uphill battle here for NAU Gold.
Yep, 15 seconds left to go, and I don't want to be the one to call it, but Captain's calling it. That's going to be a wrap. Columbia College will be your NECC Champions Division champions, the best in the West, once again holding on to take the dub, and will win out in 5 games over NAU Gold.
I mean, looking at the aerial positioning, looking at the ground battle, it just seemed like Columbia College was kind of lurking a step ahead of NEU Gold, but still, valiant battle coming out from NEU Gold, but Columbia College, their caliber just absolutely wins out here on the day. Captain, this was, almost a foregone conclusion, but we see NEU Gold battle back in 1 game, and then Columbia College just kind of put the clamps down on the rest of the series.
Yeah, and again, NAU Gold, it's not as though that they got absolutely stomped. They did. No. They put up one heck of a fight, and honestly, the scoreline at the end of the day doesn't do it justice, because a lot of those matches were way closer than what the 4-1 scoreline would suggest. They put up one heck of a fight. They were even able to, take a dub and put it on the board, so they did not go quietly. They definitely made it worth their while. They just have a couple of things to work on, and it's really just those minor details that you could come back and fix, and then you will be better than ever. Again, a couple of double commits here and there. They got a little bit flustered. You could see that they were accidentally getting in each other's way from time to time. And if you can just work on that communication and really find your teammates at the particular right time, then you're gonna come out even better, which I'm actually excited to see, because keep in mind, we still have a whole other season to look forward to. That's just gonna wrap things up for this season.
Right. I mean, I think the communication is the biggest factor, because you could almost see it on the screen as they're going into challenges. Taking away the aerial superiority was the first challenge for NAU, and they actually passed that. So I tell you what, if they can, come out the gate and, own the skies a little bit better in the spring split, that'll actually work into their favor. But as it stands, Columbia College, CRL juggernauts, NECC juggernauts right now. We'll see if they're actually able to continue this press run, or if NAU are actually able to come back and give them a little bit of their own medicine back.
Well, that is just going to about wrap things up for us here at the NECC for Rocket League. It has been a fantastic night from start to finish. Once again, GG's to all of our competitors, and especially GG's to you for watching at home. Thank you for tuning in. Also, big shout outs to the people behind the desk and behind production. I'm talking, of course, about Storm Warrior and MGO. Thank you so much for the work that you do behind the scenes. Huge shout out to my co-host this evening, Chef Billy. And as always, I have been Captain at Soka, and we will see you next season.